many of the players had the chance of playing last year. Some of my expectations, Shakira Selman, is of course, I'd like to see an increase in the number of bowlers who picked up 5 wickets and who can pick up 5 wickets. Last year, just 2, had 7 centuries in the last edition of this tournament. That should increase. And I say that purely because it's a lower tier of cricket, a lot of international players participating. We heard from our colleagues previously about the bonus point system, which is meant to provide a guide and set performance targets for teams so that there is a standardization that feeds into West Indies' international 50-over team. So very proactive from the director of cricket, Miles Bascombe, and Darren Sammy, coach of the West Indies white ball team.
Yeah, those performance standards will be in keeping in what's happening in world cricket. If we are going to compete with the best teams in the world consistently, then we have to be able to reach and maintain those standards. One thing I'm looking forward to is seeing bowlers be more proactive in the middle overs.
Yeah, and I know why you're seeing that, because that's a phase of the innings in 50-over cricket that West Indies at the international level struggled with. Last time I checked, on average, they pick up just over 2 wickets in that 30-over phase, over number 11 to over number 40. Whereas the better teams in world cricket, they're more penetrative with their bowlers. They have more wicket-taking ability. And it's an area that they will want to improve, the West Indies. 30 for 1. Three bowlers used so far, all the pace from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. There are a few spin options available to Andre Fletcher. Kevin Hodge, the left-arm spinner. Quite an effective wicket taker. Kenneth Demba as well. Player from St. Vincent is a right-arm off-spinner. Shaman Lewis. Second spell, changing ends.
They'd struggle initially bowling to the left-hander. There were a few wides sent down the left side. We hope he can present some more control coming from this end. Just replacing Ryan John, who's been given a break.
So at this stage, Guyana Harpy Eagles will not secure a bonus point for that power play phase with the bat. Teams are expected to get to 60, score to run a ball in the first 10 overs and only lose 1 wicket.
And if the Windward Island Volcanoes are to get that bonus point for bowling, they will have to take 2 more wickets in the next 3 legal deliveries. I still think the Volcanoes will be very happy with the start They've been able to control the scoring of Jaguar.
Again, that extra bounce. Ball just holding from the surface. Similar to tennis ball bounce. So not a lot of pace from that surface, and that has to do with how tough it is. It's not very hard. Beautiful. Not only did he get on top of the bounce, his placement was impeccable.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much it's holding. If you're going to bowl short and wide, it's a scoring opportunity. And Tevin Imlach, very happy to get a boundary. Pit the gap to perfection. He moves on to 11.
Went short again with the length. Oftentimes with these sort of conditions as a batter, you have a little more time because of that slowing in pace. 10 overs gone, completion of that first power play, 36 for 1, Guyana Harpy Eagles. And we will have a break. Beg your pardon, not a drinks break. That comes after 1 hour of complete play. Harpy Eagles again just losing the wicket of Chandapal Himraj, gone for 1, given out LBW. Strong batting lineup. Kevlon Anderson with Shimron Hetmeyer in the signals. Will usher in that power play too.
Shamar Springer continuing. Just going for 2 runs so far. It's been really impressive, particularly with the lanes he's bowled.
Just 2 fours in power play 1 for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. A wicket as well for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Chandapal Himraj being dismissed by Ryan John. It's been more watchful with the bat from Guyana. Pitch a little bit tricky with the extra bounce, slow pace.
Volcanoes persisting with that slip, which means they think just enough is happening that slip can come into play. Just using 3 fielders on the boundary. Deep third, deep lane, and deep backward square.
Just past the outside edge. Great line and length from Shamar Springer. Tejaran Chandapal, unsure if to play back or go forward, found himself on the crease.
Looked to be a scramble seam delivery. Just perhaps hit the seam and moved away from Chandapal.
As a fast bowler bowling to Tejaran Chandapal, you're sucked into that sort of false sense of security that you can get him out LBW because he shuffles across his stumps. You always think as a fast bowler, you have a chance of him missing one that is pitched in line and going on to hit the stumps. So you're lured to bowling straighter to Tejaran Chandapal as against focusing outside the off stump, trying to hit his outside edge. Again, he shuffles offside. So just feel, as a team, tactically, you have to decide what you're going to spring as the element of surprise. Whether you're going to bowl consistently outside the line of the off stump and then surprise him with that straighter delivery, or whether you're going to bowl him straight and then surprise him with that delivery outside the off stump where he just reaches for it. Shakira Salman, fast bowler yourself. What option will you choose? How will you go about bowling to Tejaran Chandapal?
Regardless of who the batter is, I think early on you want to be attacking the stumps as often as possible. So perhaps I'd go for the stumps and then surprise him with the one going across. Watching what's happening in the World Cup, you see that batters, even though they're quite adept at playing those straighter deliveries, they can miss one. Shadrach discarded coming into the attack. But Darren, we've seen how many times Stephen Smith, who's normally very good at playing those straighter deliveries, how many times he's been dismissed LBW, just missing a few. So there still is an opportunity to out Tejaran Chandapal if you stay at the stumps.
I guess the other factor to consider is, of course, the pitch and the condition of the pitch. The fact that there's not a lot of pace on the surface. There is that tennis bounce. So you want to make the batter play a little bit more and have supporting fields for that type of approach. One of the observations so far, we haven't seen a short extra cover or a short mid-wicket. Oftentimes, that's an attacking approach in these sort of conditions. Cut very fine. Looked intentional. Great outcome for Guyana. And it's only the third boundary of the innings.
Yeah, just discarded his third ball in his spell. Offered her a bit of room. Devlin Imnach realizing there was only one slit. So he just had to get it wide of that slit fielder. He easily finds the boundary. He's cashing in on any whiff.
Cut away. But there is protection in Shamar Springer in that deep sweeper boundary offside.
Very good running by these two, putting pressure on Shamar Springer, who did well on that boundary. Short and wide again from this skirt. Very good from Shamar Springer. Couldn't stop them from getting two.
Another challenge with bowling a straight line, finishing the ball on that off stump is presenting the opportunity for run scoring on both sides of the wicket, through the offside, through the onside. So oftentimes it allows a batting pair to develop good rhythm in the partnership. And that is where the consistency in control comes in from a bowler's point of view. Bowlers bowling in pairs, not allowing batters to be let off, to score easily and take control of the innings. And runs offside. Just a single, a productive over for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 9 runs coming from it, 47 for 1. Most expensive over, the last one. Windward Islands Volcanoes generally good with the ball in terms of economy.
Guyana Harpy Eagles just sensing an opportunity to improve that scoring rate with the introduction of this cart. Medium pacer, not one of the front line bowlers.
I'm sure Andre Fletcher will be thinking about the introduction of a spinner. Given the fact that these two out in the middle for Guyana, they look quite comfortable at the crease. You know, when there is a little bit of slowness from the pitch, using spin could be a viable option. If you get the right length, bowl the ball a little bit fuller, maybe put a little more pace on deliveries so batters don't have a lot of time to adjust to any degree of turn on offer. Shakira, you know, generally when opposition teams come up against Guyana, they think that there is a heightened level of proficiency in the batter's ability to play spin. Because, of course, Guyana, they're known for being good players to spin. The conditions in Guyana encourages spinners. So there's a heavy diet of spin in that country. Here is that straight one. Might have been a bit of bat that saved Imlak on that occasion.
Umpire Zaid Bazarov, perhaps thinking there was a slight inside edge. No, perhaps just drifting down the leg side. But good areas by Shamar Springer once more. He's constantly attacking those stumps and asking the batters to play. We haven't seen him drift too wide of off stump. So far he's shown remarkable control, Darren.
Yeah, in this situation with the control that he's shown, with that extra bit of bounce and the great line that he's bowling, I'd still like to see a slip because I spoke about that element of surprise. At this point in time, Imlak is expecting the ball to be straight. Just short of that fielder in mid-wicket. Half chance maybe. End of the 13th. 48 for 1. And we will have a Blue Waters drinks break.
It's been a watchful start by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Top three, 1 wicket to fall of Chandrapal Hemraj for just one. Tej Chandrapal's 20 not out. Tevin Imlach on the same score. Here is the wicket. Hemraj maybe a tad unlucky there. He felt it was a bit high. He was certainly on his toes. It was a nice delivery from Ryan John. Swung in with a tennis ball bounce. Was it clipping the top? Well, it doesn't really matter because the umpire gave it out. That's good figures for John. 4 overs, 1 for 14. Sherman Lewis, 4 overs, none for 20. We've had a bit of movement in the air as well. Shamar Springer, their new signing from Barbados. He's been very accurate. 1 maiden, 4 overs, none for 5. And just 1 over so far for Shadrach Descartes, which was a bit expensive. Just a half chance. As far as Tevin Imlach is concerned, toe end of the bat, trying to pull Shamar Springer. Did it carry to Alec Athanaze? No. Great effort, flying through the air like a salmon, but he couldn't quite get there. That would have been a good start to Shamar Springer's time with the Windward Islands Volcanoes. But even in that clip there, Keswick, you saw the tennis ball bounce nature of the pitch, didn't you? What do you make of it so far?
Yeah, we'll give that sort of bounce. The surface is very dry, lack of moisture, something that would usually happen here, especially when you have a deniter at the Brian Lara Academy. So you would get that. In the night, it should be a little bit more truer because of the little dew.
Here's Descartes again. Good delivery, that just pushed across the left-handed Chandrapal. That's a nice length. That's where he needs to be. He was a bit short in his first over.
Yeah, he has been a bit expensive, but he's probably the most expensive bowler for the Windwards last year. Also, the Windward Islands didn't really enjoy their time in the power play last year. Conceded an average of 51 runs or so, the most by all teams.
You see also in that previous delivery, there is a little bit of sideways movement there for the fast bowlers. Quite thatchy grass on the pitch. So the odd one we've seen move off the seam. Naranganga next door was telling me that there is a bit of that sideways movement early on.
We definitely will get that sideways movement early. So as a bowler, you need to use it because it's not going to be around for a long time. So you need to use it, probably get the ball pitched up a little bit more, try to get the edges a couple of meters away from the batter. It's really dry, so the spinners will enjoy it.
He goes after that one a bit more. Good bit of fielding, though. The man at mid-off. John, the opening bowler, doing well. He's a big lad, got a big frame, got down quickly.
Like the look of him, I said earlier. You wouldn't see that like a couple of years ago. You wouldn't see big fast bowlers diving. I'm sure Sir Curtly wasn't diving this time.
It's quite nicely by Chandrapal, but straight to third man, so they're only going to get a single there. Not the easiest pitch to score quickly on at the moment. Not a massive crowd in. It'll be bigger once TNT play their first game here.
You would definitely see a sea of red mat whenever the Trinidadians get to play at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, Trinidad and Tobago, of course, are playing today at the Queen's Park Oval against CCC. We will see them 3 times, though, here at the Brian Lara. 50 for 1. So there you go, 8 teams, and this year it's a round robin, so everyone plays each other once in the group stage. The top 4 go through to the semi-finals. All the games here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy live for you. You can watch the others as well, which will be streamed via the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. Now, our first look at spin. Kesrick, Kenneth Demba, off spinner from your neck of the woods, from St Vincent. It's his record there. Not the greatest average, but economy rate below 5.
It's really fresh to the List A cricket. Works hard, Kenneth Demba.
Starts with a slip. Just floats that one up. A bit of curve in the air there. A little bit of drift. A bit too full, though.
Very intrigued to see how the spinners will go along on this surface. As we know, the Trinidadian wicket are here at the Brian Lara Academy. It's really conducive to spin bowling. The Guyana team wouldn't really mind batting the spin on this surface. Kenneth Demba have this bounce and coil before approaching the crease.
Interesting, long on and long off. For Chanderpaul, who just takes the opportunity to take the single. Would you rather see at least one of those guys up in the ring?
I definitely would love to see that, create that opportunity for a wicket.
That was good. He was in no man's land there, wasn't he, Imlak? Deceived by the flight of the delivery. That's what Demba's after.
He's one of those type of bowler that actually jifts it as well. So there are times that he actually turned the ball, but he jifts it as well. Really would love to see him get into the mood today. Works really hard on his cricket. Fit lad. I think the Windward team is probably the fittest bunch of guys. Fittest bunch of guys that are actually in this tournament. Trainer really worked hard with them. It's actually now a 50 partnership here between these two.
Yeah, 50 partnership with minimal fuss, really. Just knocking the ball around. 55 for 1. Guyana continuing to build slowly through Imlak and Chanderpaul. Oh, he's sent back, he slipped. Trouble here, direct hit. Oh, he would have been gone, I think. He came a long way down, Imlak, almost 3/4 of the way. Sent back, he slipped, and he could have been gone.
I don't think this is something that the Guyana team would have wanted. I mean, there are points given for runouts as well. So, long way. Need to be a bit better at calling. Guyana team.
Yeah, had that been a run out, they'd just be one run out away from our first bonus point of the competition. Oh, short. Again, it's that tennis ball bounce, but it's awkward for the batter. That really climbed on Imlach.
That's a length I think you need to be bowling consistently, because it gives that tennis ball bounce. So you're sort of, as a batter, you're sort of unsure what will actually happen, if it will come true or if it will slow up.
Flicked the pad, but half an appeal. It's drifting down the leg side. I suppose if you've got a pitch like this, you don't want to get too full, do you? It's the half volleys that the batters are sweating on, as we just replay the final delivery. Yeah, just flick the thigh pad. That's short, plays that shot well, Imlach. All timing there and all placement. That is classy. Doesn't try to hit it too hard at all, just hits the gap. Second four in that area now for Tevin Imlach. Got to be careful giving him width. That's better.
Shadrach Theodore. Run up. Sort of fall away. So he would always sort of push the ball down the leg side. He needs to be a bit more upright at delivery stage. So
it's out the middle of the bat, but straight to mid-off. Interesting over. 4 from it, 59 for 1. Not too many tall buildings so far. 9. It's the most taken off an over we've seen. Not too many boundaries either. 4 so far. 3 for Imlach, 1 for Chanderpaul. Kenneth Demba again. Tossed up. That's a very nice cover drive. There is protection. It's only going to be a single. Surprised we haven't seen Carvum Hodge so far. He was the all-rounder of the tournament last year.
Really surprised. Only 2 players got over 150 runs and 10 wickets. He's one of them. Very economical, Carvum Hodge.
Working, can it? Keep working, can it?
Can't wait to see him in action this year. In Magical Super 50, he would be a trump card for the Windwards.
No.
Finding it very easy just to take the singles off Demba. There is Hodge. Had a fantastic season last year, really did, with both bat and ball. Averaged 50. Bit of turn. First signs of a little bit of grip from Demba. He really floated that one up. Wonder if this pitch just needs a bit more pace from the spinners.
This wicket, you have to vary your pace really well. I think as a bowler, as a spin bowler, you need to put it in front of the batter.
Turn again, confusion again from the batters. Second time in successive overs that a batter's been sent back. They've got to get their communication sorted here.
That's the sort of length. That's what you need, Kenneth Demba. Oof. Mix up again by the Harpy Eagles. Calling is a bit off. Not sure if it's a communication problem between these two. Need to fix it and fix it early. Current run rate, just 3 runs or so over.
And at the moment, they're quite enjoying having conversations in the middle of the pitch, which can be quite dangerous in cricket. Again, Imlak wanted the single. Chanderpaul said no. Bit of turn there for Demba, 62 for 1. Five bowlers used so far by the Volcanoes, 4 right-arm seamers and 1 off-spinner in Demba, who's just started to turn the ball in his second over. I'll be reasonably happy with where they are at the moment, keeping the run rate in check as this goes on, though. In the middle overs, they'll want to pick up some more wickets because this Guyana batting lineup is pretty deep and it's got a very, very hefty middle order, the likes of Hetmeyer, Rutherford in there. Some good all-rounders.
When you have players like that in the back end of your innings, you're not too worried about the strike rate. Shebron Hetmeyer sitting there, Rutherford in the background. So you're not too worried when you have these guys in the dugout still to come. So scoring at 3, you would probably want to be scoring at about 4 or 5 now. But with these guys in, if they get off, you could see the strike rate pop up to about 9 or 8 or so.
Great delivery. That's really carried through. The odd one does take off.
The thing about Shadrach Discard is that because of that falling away action to left-handers, he'll be really good because that ball was up, that always go away from the left-hander. So he will be really good to left-handers, but to right-handers, you will always find him straying down the leg side a lot.
What's the vibe like in the Windward Islands side at the moment, Kesrick? Much improved in the 4-day competition I saw. Came second, the only side to be unbeaten, apart from Guyana, who won the whole thing. Can they bring that form into the white ball format?
Would love to see that. Last year they improved. But what I think, though, I think there's the experience of the skipper, Andre Fletcher. He always know how to make a dressing room lighter. Johnson Charles with all his experience as well.
Short and wide, got away with that though, didn't he? That was inviting for Chanderpaul. No damage done, just a single.
With the likes of Andre Fletcher in your dressing room, you'll always find humor. So it's really good to have these guys in the dressing room. A lot of fun in that dressing room. They train really hard. Honestly, I think they're probably the fittest bunch here in the Caribbean when it comes to the franchise cricket. So, not surprised that they're improving.
Obviously, there'd be a much fitter squad if you were in it. You're in the gym every day, aren't you? 6 in the morning.
The thing about me, I love to work hard. I love to earn whatever I'm given. So like to put in the work. And training with the Windward's franchise in St. Vincent with the trainer Demick Walters. He's very good at what he does.
Just one off that over. Guyana will be fairly disappointed with that. 63 for one. That's what's to come for the Harpy Eagles. They're trying to set a platform here, but as you can see there's plenty of power. Keswick, you've got Hetmar, you've got Rutherford, you've got Shepherd. Just wonder if they might push one of the two left-handers up the order slightly.
As I mentioned earlier, I wouldn't be surprised if the current run rate jumped to about 8 or so, or 7 if one of these guys come early. They can change a game. That's the thing about the Guyana team. They have a lot of game changers and they have a lot of impactful players in their lineup.
That's turned too much down the leg side. Valuable runs here. I think it'll be called wides. It's well fielded down on the boundary by Descartes. I think he's got home there, but Windward's pretty confident. Gonna have a look upstairs.
That's the sort of effort I've been talking about, man. You can see the effort that he made running to the boundary, never give up attitude. That's the sort of energy that the coach brought from. Looks close. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, so comfortably too, man.
I don't know why the Windward Islands were so confident there. And they're directly square on. He was coasting all the way, really, Imlach. He didn't feel like he was in danger. It was a very good bit of fielding, though. Good throw, in particular, from Descartes.
Good work from Shadrach Descartes. Got MVP in the Windward Island Super 50 tournament a couple of weeks ago. Good work as well by Walcott, the keeper. He's in good form, I would say. The last tournament he played, which is the Windward Super 50 tournament, he scored 100, 150. He's fortunate enough to be there to see it. Didn't give a chance. Played a magnificent innings.
At the moment, Guyana are just happy to just take the singles on offer and keep wickets in hand. It's not exactly, I would imagine, what Miles Bascombe was looking for when he set out all of these parameters and bonus points. It's more old school batting. But then again, they're also the first side batting on this pitch, so it's quite hard to go out and tee off in the first 10 overs when you don't quite know what the conditions are like.
Also, what we have to remember is the sort of surface that we're playing on here in the Caribbean. It may not allow you as a batter to really go helter-skelter or look for that extra batting point at the starting of an inning, so you will more than likely take your time.
Oh, as he chopped on there. No, I think he's inside edged that onto the keeper's pad and then onto the stumps. But that was too close to cut, surely.
Bit of excitement there for Kenneth Demba. He's a kind of bowler that is very meticulous with his line and length. He's looking a lot better now. Side edge there. Onto the keeper's pad. Ricocheting on the stump.
Are they going to come for two? No, just one here. But that's a good over by Kenneth Denver. Could have got a wicket very easily. 71 for one. Guyana need to go some here if they're going to get up towards 300. This pitch doesn't really look like a 300 pitch at the moment, but with their power to come, you never know. They keep wickets in hand. They will be able to go big in the last 10-15 overs. This card's 5th over. Well, as I mentioned, this year everyone plays each other once. Very simple. All 8 sides in the same group. Makes it pretty fair. Top 4 sides then go through to the semi-finals. When you look at that list, Kesrick, who do you think is going to be there or thereabouts for the semi-finals?
It's very hard to say. Teams have beefed up.
Well, that's a top edge chance. Fine leg. Takes it. Big wicket for the Windward Islands. Tej Chanderpaul was just getting settled, but he's been bounced out.
There you have that, you know, that balloon bounce again. Couldn't control it. Chanderpaul gone. That one get a bit big on him. Front foot. Oh, I think we. Oh, looks a bit safe there. He's fine. He's fine. That one got a bit too big on Chanderpaul. Another wicket for the Windward Islands. Chanderpaul gone 29 for 60. 29 of 60 balls. This bring Anderson to the crease now.
Yeah, Kevlon Anderson is into the Guyana squad. He was with the West Indies Academy last year, played all 6 games for them. 7 innings in total in list day cricket, average of 23. Have a look at that wicket again then, shall we? Has been a bit too paced, this pitch. I think he was trying to keep that down, Chanderpaul, but as Kesrick said there, the ball just got too big on him. Quite a risky shot to play, though, when the bounce isn't completely consistent, as it is on this pitch. And he's bowled quite a bit of short stuff, Des Card. He's just stuck with that policy, and it's paid dividends. So now we've got 2 right-handers at the crease. Guyana still keen to keep Hetmeyer and Rutherford in reserve. And an opportunity for the young 23-year-old Anderson. He made his maiden first-class 100 in April, actually, for the West Indies Academy against Team Headley. Big chance for him to make a name for himself for his national side.
With these 2 right-handers at the crease presently, I'm still wondering when will the implementation of Kevin Hutch come about. Did a very good job for the Volcanoes last year. As I mentioned earlier, only 2 players the tournament, scored over 150 runs and take over 10 wickets. So Kavim Hodge would be a good implementation now that you have two right-handers at the crease.
He's off the mark. Kevlon Anderson, first runs for Guyana this year. Now, I was rudely interrupted by that wicket. Kesrick, I asked you, which of these sides do you think will be there or thereabouts? Who do you see as the favourites?
It's kind of hard to say right now. Now that we have all these players in, as I said, teams are beefed up. So looking at the teams, it's kind of hard to say. Trinidad, the Red Force is a force. They have Sunil Narain, Jason Mohammed, the skipper, Bravo, and Evan Lewis, who's in good form. So it's kind of hard to say right now.
Yeah, it'll be easier once we've seen everyone play, but you're right there. All of the squads look stronger. If you look at Leeward Islands, they've really increased their pace because Alzari Joseph is back. He's captaining the side. O'Shane Thomas is in as well. Barbados look a strong side too. Their spin options are very good with Chase and Warwican. Great batting. Kyle Mayers is back for them. It's going to be a very interesting tournament this year.
With Kyle Mayers back, if he picks some form, he can create some damage in this tournament. So yes, all teams look really good. So it's hard to say presently until we see all teams.
Eventful over and a wicket. 73 for 2.
Two wickets for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. For the first time in the innings, Kavim Hodge with the ball. Quite a standout player in the tournament last year and for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Left arm spin to right-handers at the crease. Good matchup for the bowling side. Talking about matchups, Kudli Ambrose alongside me in the commentary box. Good afternoon to you, sir. How would you assess the state of play?
Good afternoon, DG Ganga. It's always nice to be alongside you. I think we have good chemistry. Still get a good bouncer for you, though.
Had enough of your bouncers in my playing days, okay? And in the nets as well.
Certainly has been slow going for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're really laboring at the moment. But having said that, you have to give credit to the Windward Islands Volcanoes bowlers. They've kept things relatively tight, not giving anything away.
Evidence of that, of course, with Tejaran Chandapal. 13 he scored off his first 21 balls. Then he struggled a bit, 16 off his next 39. That had a lot to do with the discipline seen from the bowlers in this Volcanoes side. Made to start for Hodge, 73 for 2. wickets column is something that Andre Fletcher will focus on in this phase of the innings. Already securing a wicket in each phase. Definitely not a surface that you can blast the opposition out on. The approach requires patience, tactfulness as well, strategy. That slower bounce we spoke about, and that root structure on this surface should allow captains to be a little more enterprising with their field placement. I'm going to talk about enterprising. I really would like to see extra cover come in close in the peripheral view of the batter. Maybe that short mid-wicket as well, come a little bit closer. So one fall just short of Atenes. Because that to me is one of the elements captains can use to increase the penetration that they have as a bowling group in power play number 2. Last year, our statistician, Sir Kirtley Ambrose, told us that on average, teams picked up around 4 wickets in power play 2, and that's the top 4 teams of the tournament. Again, whilst batters are trying to negate losing wickets in that phase, I think the real goal and objective of bowlers is to control the game by taking wickets in that second phase with a spreaded field. That was an edge. Yeah, the batter reaction said it all. He looked back straight away. The bowler knew and was confident. And it was a very good delivery on a good length outside the off stump, just creating a chance, and well received by the wicketkeeper. Walcott behind.
The thinnest of edges, and that's all you need. Good bowling from Sherman. Kevin Anderson's going for 1. The Harpy Eagles struggling a little bit, 75 for 3.
Shimron Hetmeyer, the left-hander, comes to the crease with the fall of Kevlin Anderson. Guyana Harpy Eagles losing their 3rd wicket, Sir Kirtley Ambrose.
And this is why Hetmeyer is at the crease. Good delivery from Sherman Lewis. Just outside off stump. And did just enough to touch that outside edge. Easy catch to wicketkeeper. Walcott.
Change in field for the new batter. There is a first slip. Balanced field, you can see. Short mid-wicket. There is a mid-on and a ring through that offside. It's a mid-off, a cover and a point. Tells us that he will maintain that straight line, probing the batsman to play. Here he goes. One shot to Hetmeyer and straight away into the pull.
Short delivery that time from Sherman Lewis. Very well played by Hetmeyer. Kept it down.
You look at this Guyana Harpy Eagles side and you look at the batting lineup, you think this man on screen will be critical for them scoring totals that they can be competitive and maybe press for victories. Averages mid-30s in ODI cricket, 5 ODI centuries to his name, Hetmeyer. One thing I've seen from Hetmeyer over the years, of course, is that ability to rotate strike. 22 overs gone, 76 for 3. Good partnership between Tejarine Chandapol and Tevin Imblak, one that produced 67. 3 wickets down for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Shamar Springer returns to bowl to Shimron Hetmeyer.
Could be an interesting matchup. Shamar Springer had a very good first spell. 4 overs, only cost 5 runs. So he should be brimming with confidence. Coming up against a dangerous Shimon Hetmeyer.
Yeah, just finishing that point I was making about wicket taking in the middle phase, Sir Curtly Ambrose. You had the chance of playing an extensive amount of ODI cricket for the West Indies. When you bowled in that phase of the innings, over number 11 to over number 40, what was uppermost in your mind?
Most of the time, I bowl in the middle phase is one of 2 things. Either to try and get a wicket because of a good partnership building, or if the team is going a little too quickly, to pull things back. So those are the 2 main reasons normally. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But I want to think it works more time than not.
And in situations like this where Andre Fletcher is trying to prize more wickets and attack this middle order, shown by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, when you were searching for wickets, what drove your approach?
Well, in that phase, looking to get wickets, if the team is really going well, you know, we will discuss that we wouldn't mind giving away a few extra runs to get a wicket. So, even though I hate going for runs, you know that, you know, I am prepared to do what is required for the team. So if they give away a few runs to get a wicket to break that wonderful partnership, then so that was always the mindset.
Straight to that fielder in mid-on. I knew that your general approach to wicket taking was wearing the batter down, being consistent with your lines and length, and then creating, I say, that element of surprise, either a fuller length or a shorter length, or using your short ball to get that wicket. Don't really have the luxury of time and many deliveries in ODI cricket. So I understand when you say taking more risks, maybe leaking more runs, by trying to be a little more enterprising as a fast bowler.
Wide call. Was that for height or was it for down the leg side? Good bouncer. Just a bit leg side-ish.
Another very good start from Shamar Springer. Just one from the over, 77 for 3. Shaman to continue. It's been an all-pace approach in this little phase, especially with the introduction of Shimron Hetmeyer. Kevin Hodge just bowled 1 over, and a lot of that probably had to do with the data with Shimron Hetmeyer and left-arm spinners. Since 2019, he does well against left-arm spin in List A cricket. 231 runs in 208 balls. Left-arm batters often love playing against left-arm spinners who turn the ball into them. There's a lower risk in run scoring, hitting with the turn. I really feel, Sir Curtly Ambrose, sometimes that is overrated.
I couldn't agree more. I believe if you're a good enough bowler, it doesn't matter whether it's the left hand or right hand batting, you should be able to get the job done. So I'm not really in big support of that theory.
Oftentimes in that situation, coaches and captains and players, they talk about beating the outside edge. If you can beat the inside edge, you also created wicket-taking opportunities. So turning the ball into batters, that's also a viable approach to wicket-taking.
I was never a big fan of that theory at all, DJ Gang, I can tell you, because my argument is if you have a good bowler and who you figured would not bowl well against a left-hander, and they got a bunch of left-handers in the team, is he ever going to bowl?
Very pertinent point. Little delay here, Hetmeyer wanting a change in bat. As you've heard previously, this edition of the CG United Super 50 Cup introduces bonus points, both batting and bowling bonus points. If you can score at 6 runs per over or more and lose 1 wicket in the first power play, then you will earn yourself a point batting-wise. And in that second power play as well, if you can score 5 runs per over and more and lose 3 wickets maximum in that phase, you can also secure yourself a bonus point. So those are incentives for players against targets for teams. And in the last phase, you go at over 10 runs per over and less than 10 wickets, meaning less than 6 wickets in essence, you will secure another bonus points. Many more points on offer as well. If you secure under 50% of the innings with dot balls, you get a point. Batters 1 to 5 in terms of batting positions, you also get a point for scoring a century. And batters from 6 to 11 that go on to score centuries will get their team at least 1 point with that bonus. And 4 wicket hauls with a runs per over of less than 5, a point, 5 wicket hauls, less than a run a ball, you get a point, and with 2 run-outs as well. Still taking in consideration the fielders. You can contribute with a bonus point with 2 run-outs.
First wicket to go, LBW. John, the wicket taker. Next to go was Chandra Paul, caught at fine leg. And then the third and final wicket so far to go. And Kevlin Anderson caught wicketkeeper Walcott of Sherman Lewis.
One significant partnership with think 67 between Chandapol and Imlak. Hetmeyer is there, so there's a lot of hope in getting many more runs. Rutherford, Shepherd, Moti and Pamal can also bat very well, so depth in this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup, and still a lot of overs remaining beyond this one. And we'll have 26 more. Yeah, look at the partnerships. Tejnarayan Chandapol and Imlak. Most productive pair. Chandapol Himraj didn't really score many, but still a lot of work for Guyana.
And that tells the tale. A wicket apiece for Sherman Lewis, John and Descartes. And it has been very slow going for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, courtesy of some wonderful bowling from the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Shimon Hetmeyer, of course, hasn't had the best of times at this venue in List A cricket, but he likes this opposition. Averages 76 in 4 innings against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Just averages 15 here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy in this format of the game. Chance for him to improve that number. Good Guyana will want from Hetmeyers, of course, for him to get a good start. Usually he's quite sound in defense. He can rotate strike, which is one thing that distinguishes him, generally speaking, from other West Indian batters. Just so Tejnarayan Chandapol labor after getting a start, not Shimron Hetmeyer. He will assume more and more control with his bat the longer he stays out in the middle.
And of course, once he gets in, he can be very destructive as well. So he's got game.
Built a strong name for himself as a finisher for the Rajasthan Royals in the IPL. End of the 24th, 79 for 3. Slap through that cover point region with disdain from Hetmeyer. Makes a statement straight away to Shamar Springer.
That's exactly the point I was making. He can be very destructive once given the opportunity, and he lashed onto a short and wide delivery. And even though it's a slowish outfield, that was struck with some degree of power.
Hey, just one correction to that bonus point package that we had. Two is the call, good piece of fielding. If as a batting side you consume less than 50% of dot deliveries, you secure yourself not one but 2 bonus points. So far 95 dots, so nowhere close to that 2 bonus points.
That's one of the reasons why I agree with the points system, because you know DG Gang over the years I've been crying out about a high percentage of dot balls in every format. So with these incentives, that should give the players a little more urgency. So I do agree with it.
And it's actually half of the total points you will earn for a win as a team. Every win secures you as a team 4 points. So a chance for you to win 2 points straight away. And the manner in which you score off deliveries, and just a footnote as well. Leg buys, those are dot deliveries.
Well, up to this point, the Guyana Harpy Eagles are in no rush to get any sort of bonus points at the moment.
Pulled in front of square. Shimron Hetmaier is in a no-nonsense mood. Latched onto that one quickly. End of the over, 91 for 3.
Halfway stage, still seen for the Windward Islands. Sherman Lewis, Shimon Hetmaier, though, has brought some intensity to the crease. It was a slow going in the middle overs before he came to the middle. Couple of boundaries. They've tried this short ball ploy a number of times today. First Lewis, now Springer. Curious to see, though, how this surface really is, truly is, because saw Imlat, Chanapol, about 114 deliveries for those 67 runs. This will be a good test for this bowling attack. As I say hello to a member of this bowling attack throughout the years, Kesrick Williams.
Hi, Nikhil. Still not sure if the ploy really is to bowl short consistently, because it's really not a wicket for bowlers to blow out batters. Can bowl that odd short one now and again, but with a guy like Hetmaier at the crease who will prance on short balls, you have to hit that error more often than not, which is that top of off error. Would be where you want to be consistently to a batter like Hetmaier. And something that they can use as well is a change of pace on this surface. It's something good that they can implement. Try to play with the batter's mind a little bit.
fully understand your point. The only reason I come up with that conclusion, Keswick, is I look at the field for both Lewis and Springer, and they've consistently had two men leg side behind square, backward square, and fine leg have been in place. And remember, they got that wicket of Chanderpaul when he was caught at deep, fine leg with the short ball. And it looked at Springer as well. The release has been a lot of cross-seam deliveries. Two-piece surface, cross-seam may be the way to go. Lewis has bowled well, though. He's been used as a wicket-taking option in these middle overs. What have you made of his development? Someone who's played for the West Indies, sustained an injury last season.
He's a hard worker. Seen him in the nets in St. Vincent. As you know, the Windward's Volcano franchise is now in St. Vincent, so he's looking a lot better. Sustained that shoulder injury, but he's developing really nice.
Just 2 from the over, 93 for 3. A plethora of options used for Andre Fletcher, captain of this Volcanoes side. He's already used 6 bowlers, and after 6 overs of seam, not surprised to see Kenneth Demba, the off spinner, who dismissed Hetmeyer, the danger man, twice last season. Also got Rutherford a couple of times as well. Off spin naturally will go away from Hetmeyer. Slip in place, aggressive from Fletcher.
Sure, that will bring some confidence to Kenneth Demba. Bowling to Sherman Hetmeyer. He's known as the pack player in the Guyana team. Can change a game. A flash. Hetmeyer. He's a type of player that you don't want him to get in. You want to get him out as soon as possible, because he can score at a good strike rate.
Couple of runs. And a lot of attention will go on Hetmeyer, but I'm looking at this man, Keswick, Tevin Imlap. So far, it's been at the crease now, close to 70 deliveries. Strike rate is just above 50. Are they happy with this, just trying to get Hetmeyer on strike and having a set bat at the crease, or do they bat their depth?
He's one of those players that is really developing nicely. So you don't want to take your eyes off of him. He can get aggressive. He's one of those type of player that has his little nudge and dinks and sweeps. As you see here, very innovative, Imlak.
Can never predict the color of the hair. Sherman Hetmeyer always keeps you guessing.
Probably think you would have keep it black. He's in a black uniform, but as you say, you can't predict it.
Asked him, you know, before play, Keswick, if he was still celebrating that CPL win. He said no time for celebrations, work to be done. Wasn't happy with the performances in that India One International Series. 100 comes up for the Harpy Eagles. Hetmeyer has been a big part of why it's come up in less balls as well than the first. 50, that is.
It's the end of the over. It's 100 for 3.
Nine and over from here. 23 overs remaining in this innings. Gets them past 300. Ryan John back into the attack.
Ryan John is really good in the middle and the back end. He's one of those type of bowler that prides himself bowling that Yorker and his slow ball. Not really surprised that he's back in the middle. Enjoys bowling in the middle and the back end of the innings.
Chopped on. Again, immediate impact for a bowling change from Andre Fletcher. And it's a huge wicket to get Imlat, the set batter.
Disappointment there from Imlak. He's not happy with himself. Trying to run that one down third man. He's gone 41. It's 101 for 4.
Sherfin Rutherford, another southpaw, comes to the middle for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Two men with immense experience at the crease. Only played 24 list day games, though, this being his 24th. Big wicket though, Kesrick.
Definitely really well bowled there by Ryan Johnny. Deep in his crease, trying to run that one down to third man. Only got to find the inside edge onto the stump. So the change in bowling there from Andre Fletcher paid dividends there.
Underway straight away, Rutherford. Yeah, it continues to work well for Fletcher. He made a change to get Lewis back into the attack, picked up wicket in his first over. Now he's gone John. Just maybe did something, Keswick, off the pitch.
Just a little, also delivered that one a bit wide. The crease sort of create that angle coming into the right-hander.
Did use that scramble seam a lot in that first spell, Ryan John. That wicket though was seam up.
I think something that they can do as well is use their change up as early as possible when you have someone like Hetmeyer and Rutherford at the crease. You don't want them to get settled.
He'll be so important. And he'd be hoping that that dew factor sets in, allows the ball to come on just a touch bit better later on. These two teams have had some fierce rivalries across the years. Last season, they won one, lost one against each other. Short again, but pounced upon. Don't bowl short to Hetmeyer.
As I said, Nikhil, you don't want to be consistently bowling short to these players, especially a player like Sherman Hetmeyer. It's now 106 for 4. That one slapped through mid-wicket. Sherman Hetmeyer is a player that loves it short, so he'll prance on those deliveries.
Critical juncture in this match 2 of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Game in a balance. Windwards have come back well with the wickets. And arguably Keswick Williams, the most important pair for the Amazon Warriors at the crease. Only because of their experience, but destruction that they can cause.
You have to try to get these guys out as soon as possible. Destruction they can cause to your bowling lineup. Packed with a lot of experience. Both guys can change the run rate in a flash. As you mentioned earlier, Nikhil, that both teams have some serious rivalry against one another over the years. But this is their 36th meeting. Guyana winning 24. Windward's only winning 9. 2 of those games was no result. So Guyana have the best of Windwards right now.
Yeah, forgive me, I didn't mean that close. And what I really meant was last season. It was intense because many thought Guyana were one of the strongest teams. First game of the tournament, Windwards jumped them, got close to 300 and dismissed them cheaply. Very close, agonizingly close for Demba. 3 from his first over bat, 109 for 4.
Demba looking like he's in pain there. I don't think you want to be playing these.
That's gone a far way back as well. It's the first maximum of the innings. It's only taken Rutherford 4 deliveries.
As I mentioned earlier, the run rate can change in a flash. They're consistently bowling that short length. You don't want to do that against these 2 batters. They can change things very quickly. So your line and length, you have to be really good with it. Otherwise, you're going to feel the pain from these 2 batters.
Again, short, this time straighter. And you look at the field as well. Rutherford may be able to predict, given that he's got deep point, deep third, square leg and fine leg. Mid-off and mid-on are both up in the circle, so he can't vary full. And even on a good length, it's such a small margin of error.
He's the type of player that whenever he gets going, sort of get you confused where to bowl to him. Little Sheriffin Rutherford. The calling in this Guyana team is a little bit off. Need to do a little bit better. Windward is looking for that run out point system. Have both team on the edge here.
The way he's tying that ball, magnificent to get that to the boundary.
As I mentioned earlier, he's the type of player that if he gets going, it's hard to bowl to him. He's good over cover. He's good with the short stuff. And he have those little touches as well. He's the type of player, he's the type of player here that can change things very easily.
And I know it's a different format, but he was so impressive, Rutherford, in that Caribbean Premier League where he scored the 2 half centuries and struck out over 150. Very impressive with his offside stroke play. Unorthodox through extra cover and cover. And there you see the touch. There was a deep third in place. Sunil Ambers had no chance. Already 10 from this over, 1 delivery to go. Productive over for the Eagles, 119 for 4. Only 3 overs have gone past that 8 run and over mark. But they have the ability to go big in these last 20 overs, the Eagles.
And boy, oh my. And oh boy, they have the power to do it. The back end.
And then we're continuing. No real surprises of this decision from Fletcher, given the fact that when he faced this Eagles side last season, he got both the wickets of Hetmeyer and Rutherford.
I think we're going to see a little bit of deja vu here. What do you think, Nico?
I think you've been very optimistic about your former team or current team, Kesrick.
Not really. I just love to see good cricket. Very honest young man, so just want to see good cricket, all in the development of West Indies cricket.
What about good batsmanship? Can we see that as well?
Definitely. These 2 batters at the crease, as I said earlier, can change things very quickly. Sherman Hetmeyer, you know what he can do. But with Denver continuing, I'm thinking that the skipper, knowing that he got rid of Sherman Hetmeyer and Rutherford last year's tournament.
Interested to see where Fletcher goes from that end after this delivery, because Springer has gone for, his last over went for 12. Ryan John just went for 10. 2 bowlers he's used from that southern end. Disappointed there, Fletcher. Just 2 from the over. A good one for the Volcanoes. 121 for 4. 19 overs to go in this first innings of match 2 in the CG United Super 50 Cup. Wondered about Fletcher and his decision making has been good today, the way he's used his bowlers. This is an interesting move. 2 left-handers at the crease. Alec Athanaze has done some bowling over the years. He's also had some success here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
From his stats, he's not looking like a bad bowler at all. Best of 5 for 45.
Takes him on straight away. And it's gone long. A second maximum for Sherfin Rutherford could be a sign of what's to come.
Oh, we're going to see some fireworks here. Run rate just easing up a bit there. It's now 4. Can see some fireworks from Sherfin Rutherford.
Such good timing again. Full toss would be disappointed. Only got 1. And that 5-wicket haul you mentioned of Athanaze has come here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy back in 2018 against Canada.
Can bowl. Something I know of. Seen him over the years, especially for Dominica.
Have you faced him, Kezra?
Don't think you'll want to bowl to me, Nikhil. I can hit them far.
Long off. Straight to the man. Bowling change works again for Andre Fletcher. 3rd time in this innings. Massive wicket.
Is he captain fantastic? All his changes so far has been brilliant. Andre Fletcher, you genius. Well bowled by Alec Athanaze. Beautiful catch as well. Really good catch, low as well there. Ryan John, good steady concentration. Shamron Hetmeyer, gone for 21. Score 128 for 5.
Romario Shepherd comes to the middle, so it now means that the Harpy Eagles will have that left-right combination in the middle. But they won't be too happy about it. Got down the track, converted into a half volley. Hetmeyer just struck it straight down the throat of John at long off.
Shamron Hetmeyer. Was just giving himself a bit of room there to open up the offside.
Bowling change works again for the Windwards. 32 overs completed, 128 for 5. Really has been an innings of two halves for the Harpy Eagles. We're comfortable at one stage. But Andre Fletcher's kept his team engaged, and they've got their first bonus point of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Have taken 4 wickets in this middle phase. Good news for Fletcher. Good news for the Volcanoes. You can pick up 2 of those, 2 runouts, they'll get themselves another.
I'm sure that's in the mind of Andre Fletcher. They have been doing a brilliant job in the field. They have been fast around the field. Shadrach again. Fletcher just marshalling his troops well. Full of experience.
It was such a big wicket as well, because Hetmeyer averages over 70 against this Windward side. He scored 150 against them in just 4 innings. Now he's in the hutch. Work for Shepherd and Moti to do. It's always the gamble, because they're trying to push on the scoring in the middle. All of a sudden you lose 4 wickets, and now you're asking your bowlers or the batters to bat 15 to 20 overs.
With Shepherd at the crease, giving him time to bat, Ken. Wondering if it's a good or a bad thing, because he can be dangerous, Romario Shepherd.
Only time shall tell. Another tight over, 2 from it. 130 for 5.
Windward Islands will be fairly happy right now, because they've just taken a massive wicket in that of Shimron Hetmeyer. It's just starting to threaten to take the game away. It's going to be a wide. One batter, apart from Sherfane Rutherford, you'd have to say, who's only been in for 15 balls, who is showing real aggressive intent, starting to look like he was getting towards his best form. That cut off in his prime is picked out long off. You can see by his expression there, Kirtley, on the boundary, can't quite believe why he's sitting there.
Hello, Matt. It's been a painstaking innings so far from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They really are struggling to get any sort of momentum, courtesy of some wonderful bowling from the Volcanoes. But still a long way to go. We've got Rutherford, who we know can score. Romario Shepherd as well, who can be dangerous. So I expect to see maybe a bit of explosion towards the latter end of this innings.
Edged, I think, yes, and gone a lazy waft from Rutherford. And that is 2 big wickets now in quick succession for the Windwards. Sherfane Rutherford on his way back. He'll be very disappointed with that.
It certainly was a lazy-looking shot or attempt. Wide delivery outside off stump. He just stood there, threw his arms at it, got a nice edge to wicketkeeper Walcott. Descartes celebrates. Sherfane Rutherford has to go. He's gone for 22. Guyana Harpy Eagles 132 for 6.
Guyana have lost the last 2 wickets for just 4 runs. Brings Kevin Sinclair to the crease, averaging 23. Can't hold a bat. Certainly more of a bowler than a batter. This is why he's there. Look at the feet. Sherfane Rutherford just straight down the pitch, doesn't move out to the ball. You're not quite there to drive either. That's going to infuriate the coach, I think. But credit to Descartes. Just put it in a good area. Waited for the batter to make the mistake, and that's what happened. 2nd wicket for him. Suddenly the Windwards very much on top. And 2 key wickets as well, because Hetmeyer and Rutherford were the only 2 really who looked like they were taking the initiative. Looked like they wanted to show this new brand of cricket that Darren Sammy is after, and all of a sudden, bang, bang, they're both gone.
So much pressure on Shepherd and Sinclair, who has now got to the crease. They need to at least survive the remaining 16 overs and try to accumulate as much runs as they possibly can.
Yeah, the bonus point situation is great when you start well and you're doing well, but when you get in this situation, you almost go back to old school cricket. 132 for 6. The Harpy Eagles have just never really got going in this innings. Chanderpaul and Imlach put on 67 the 2nd wicket, but didn't score very quickly. And it meant that Hetmeyer and Rutherford had to come in and try and up the rate. Now it's Cavum Hodge, 1 over, 1 maiden so far. But such is the way these days, Curtly, that as soon as you get 2 left-handed batters in, the left-arm spinner gets taken off, regardless of his record.
Like I was saying to Darren Ganga earlier, I'm not a big fan of that. I reckon if you're a good enough bowler, Matt, you should be able to bowl to whether left or right-handers. Don't agree with that theory at all.
That one a bit quicker and into the pitch. Yeah, if you look at the stats, Cavum Hodge would be one of your main bowlers if you're the Windward Islands. He was probably the best all-rounder in the competition last year. 10 wickets at 14. On top of that, he averaged over 50 with the bat. 261 runs at an average of 52. The standout all-rounder. Kenneth Demba, the off-spinner. We went to him first. Hasn't played anywhere near as much as Hodge.
And I'm quite sure he didn't bowl to all right-handers. Must have been a few lefties in that lineup as well.
Again, he takes the pace off a little bit. There's something that's crept in from T20, isn't it? It's all about matchups in T20. And now teams just seem to be afraid to get the ball spinning in to the bat. But as Darren and I discussed as well earlier, can still get wickets by beating the inside edge. It's not just about the outside edge. 136 for 6. So if Guyana go at 5 and over from here, they'll get up to 211 if they're a bit more ambitious. 7 and over, 241. I'd imagine the main priority now is just to bat the 50 overs. Maybe consolidate for another 5 overs or so, see where you are. Both of these guys can bat. Isn't a whole load to come after that, so they'll want to bat as many balls as possible. More of that will be appreciated by their teammates. Push the ball around, get the singles. Overall, though, Curtly, what have the Windward Islands bowlers done right, do you think?
They quickly realized that there's hardly any pace in the surface. So as far as bowlers, you're never going to blast the batsman out. So what they did, and they did it very well, was to bowl fairly straight, which is very difficult to score. If you miss, you could be out bowled or leg before. And they've been very disciplined in the areas they bowl. That's the key. They continue to create pressure and pick up wickets at regular intervals as well.
Yeah, not a whole load of sideways movement available, but with a pitch that maybe is a little bit too paced and does have that tennis ball bounce, they seem to have just found the right length. Troubled rather. Quite a few of the Guyana top order with that extra bounce occasionally. So again, that just back of a length, not an easy length on this pitch to get away.
Just to add to that as well, Matt, when you look at the number of boundaries scored, only 8 fours and 2 sixes, which means scoring has been very difficult for the Harpy Eagles.
It's a big wide open space on the leg side for Sinclair. He's trying to find that gap. There's just one fielder in the ring on the leg side at the moment. There's a deep backward square leg, deep fine leg, so very inviting area there. If he can just drop the ball, might be able to pick up a 2, certainly a single. Short and wide, but he finds the fielder. That's off for Descartes. Haven't bowled too many bad balls. 138 for 6. And it is pretty hot out there at the moment, steamy, and they will all need a drink and a refreshment. Time for a Blue Waters drinks break. Lots of starts so far for Guyana in this first game of the Super 50 against the Windward Islands. No one has gone on to that big score they so needed. Top scorer so far, Tevin Imlach with 41. Shimron Hetmeyer, Chef and Rutherford threatened, but both got out in their prime. First wicket to go was Chandrapal Hemraj. Maybe a bit unlucky, might have just been going over the top. Good delivery which swung in from Ryan John. Then, big wicket this stage, Chandrapal bounced out after a partnership of 67 with Imlach. He made 29, but a little bit of a two-pace pitch, and that one certainly climbed. Easy catch for Sherman Lewis, who then took the next wicket as well with the ball. Kevlon Anderson just feeling for that delivery, really. But it's a good one in the right area. Simple catch for Tevin Walcott. Second wicket for the impressive Ryan John. This one just tailing in to Imlach. Didn't bounce much either. He chopped on, and then this is the big one. Hetmeyer trying to hit that, I think, more over extra cover, but he hit it too straight into the hands of John at long off. Athanase picking up a wicket in his first over. Hetmeyer was gone for 21 off just 30. Rutherford 22 off 17 for him. And then a very lazy waft, didn't move his feet at all. Shadrat Descartes picking up his second wicket. So 2 wickets in quick succession, and that has turned this innings, really. At one stage, it looked like Hetmeyer and Rutherford were just getting going and about to launch an assault. But both of them gone in their 20s. A lovely cover drive that from Romario Shepherd, hit with real power.
He can be a dangerous player, Romario Shepherd. Look at that. Gave himself a bit of room and hit that exquisitely through extra cover for 4.
Hodge just driving that into the pitch more. It's going to be interesting as this tournament goes on, when spinners start to suss out what the best pace is to bowl on these pitches. I was talking to Andre Fletcher at the hotel, actually, and he was saying he thinks maybe they're going to have to re-drive the ball into the pitch to get any purchase out of the wicket, not be too floaty. Driven in, although the most turn we've seen has been when Denver has just tossed it up, actually. Turned a couple fairly big down the right-hander's leg side. Oh, that one, the slider, almost catches out Shepherd. Thick inside edge, he gets a 1-5 off the over. 1-4-3 for 6. Well bowled. Well deceived Shepherd, expecting a bit of turn. Change of pace there. from Descartes. Haven't seen too much of that so far.
I think it's a good plan, especially to Shepherd. He's a very powerful striker and loves pace on. So taking the pace off now and then is a good plan.
Does hit hard. Will it beat the man? No. Excellent fielding that from Sherman Lewis. He's been good in the deep, actually. The opening bowler.
The feeling up to this point has been very, very good. And look at that. Look at the commitment.
A reminder, you can get points with your fielding in this competition this year. 2 run-outs and you get a bonus point. They could have had a couple of run-outs, actually. Some confused running between Chanderpaul and Imlach. But the Windward Islands do have a 1-0 lead. They picked up the first bonus point of this competition. Again, just rolled his fingers across that. The reason they have a bonus point is because they've picked up more than 4 wickets in the middle overs, between overs 10 and 40. More bonus points on offer for both batting and bowling sides for the rest of this innings. Of course, if they bowl out Guyana, that'll be another point.
I'm a little bit surprised that the batting hasn't been better up to this point, because this surface is very similar to those in Guyana. So I reckon the batsmen should at least be more comfortable playing on these surfaces.
Just another single. Thought about a second, but no chance of that. So Descartes going to his off-cutters in that over. 146 for 6. The Windward Islands definitely on top at the moment. 12 overs to go. Scoring hasn't been easy at any point, apart from when Hetmeyer and Rutherford were together for that brief period of time. Apart from that, it's been hard work, whether it's been against spin or seam. That's hit straight. It will be cut off at only 1. There are bonus points available for batting and bowling. More, though, for batting. Curtly, it's always in favour of the batters, isn't it, this game?
Always. And you know for sure I'm not in favour. Yeah, but you have to give the Volcanoes bowlers a lot of credit. They've been extremely disciplined. Making scoring so difficult. But you never know. There's still 11 overs after this one. Anything can happen.
Another tight over from Hodge, just 2 from it, 148 for 6. That's the tale of the innings so far. We're in the low rises so far today in this Guyana innings. Not too many skyscrapers in there. It's not really downtown Port of Spain. They do have an opportunity here, though, Guyana, to at least get another bonus point. If they can somehow go at 10 and over in the final 10 overs, they will get a bonus point. That's a big ask from here.
Certainly will be a big ask. Pitch keeping a bit low. Scoring has been difficult for the first 40 overs.
Edged. Is it going to run away to the boundary? It will. Much needed runs for Guyana. They'll take them however they come.
Streaky, but it all adds up.
Not the first time he's found the edge, though. Nicked off Kevlon Anderson, did Sherman Lewis. There's that bounce again. Well played in the end by Sinclair. Got over the top of that for just a single.
At 153 for 6 in the middle of the 40th over. I wonder what the mindset is from both Shepherd and Sinclair going into the last 10.
That's in the air, but just wide of backward point. Well, that's the interesting thing about the bonus points. It gives you something else to think about, doesn't it? Whether a batter or a bowler.
Just wondering if they would probably think of going for that bonus point or trying to bat out all 50 overs. So there's a fine line where you got to tread, really. I reckon they'll want to bat out the 50 overs and accumulate as much as they can in the meantime.
Well, that's it, isn't it? Darren Sammy and Miles Bascombe trying to change the thinking a little bit and trying to get everyone to be a bit more positive, change the brand, as they say, of 50-over cricket, which is all well and good. You can try and do that. It also has its risks, so they could try and score 100 off the final 10 and then get bowled out for less than 200. It's your choice. That's why it's good having these bonus points here. Just gives both batters and bowlers something extra to think about at all times. Up and over, just over mid-off. Will it skip away to the boundary? It will. Good shot that from Kevin Sinclair. New mid-off was up and went over him. 158 for 6. Final 10 overs of the innings, the final power play. What can Guyana get up to? When are they going to press the fast forward button? Well, that's bowled him, but it's not out, because I think Romario Shepherd had pulled out there, although he hadn't moved away from the stumps, which is very interesting. And that's what Cavum Hodge is saying. He said he didn't move away from the stumps.
That was initially my thought. He didn't move away, suggesting something is wrong. He stood there. That's very interesting. He's ready, and then decided not to go. Interesting, Matt. I've never seen that.
I mean, shimmies to come down. That was very odd, wasn't it? Bizarre. It was almost like he was watching the ball come out the hand and then just decided, well, I'm not going to hit this. Doesn't move at all.
Well, I'm not familiar with the rules, but to me that's an out. He didn't back away to suggest something was wrong.
That's pulled hard in the air, straight too deep mid-wicket, taken by Shamar Springer. It doesn't matter now because that is out.
You're quite right, it doesn't matter anymore. And that's a classic dismissal. Slow delivery, was a little bit short. Shepherd thought he was going to go for gold. Didn't get a hold of it. And Kavim Hodge celebrates. The dangerous Omaro Shepherd has to go. He's gone for 14. Guyana Harpy Eagles in some trouble. 158 for 7.
Gurkesh Moti, the new batter. Oh, big shot first up. Straight as a die, straight down the ground for 6. A flat 6. Welcome to the crease.
The third of the innings. And that was his first delivery, making his intentions clear. It was a good blow. Flighted delivery from Kavim Hodge and was punished.
Intentions made clear by Mr. Moti. What's Hodge got now? The dot ball, that's what he's got. Stuck to his guns, floated that one up. That's dragged down, that's cut in the air, but past the man, a backward point for 4. So 10 of Moti's first 3 deliveries. 168 for 7.
.168 for 7. Final power play for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Phase of the innings where teams and players will try to score as many runs as possible. Bowlers will be placed under pressure. 2 overs remaining in his complement of 10. Shamar. Again, creating problems at this latter stage of the innings. 1 for 37. His efforts so far with the ball. Afternoon, Shakira Salman.
Good afternoon, Darren. Sherman Lewis. Continuing to make life difficult for the Guyanese batters. Lost 7 wickets. Still have just under 9 overs to face the full complement.
Just saying with that performance target that teams were given this last power play 3. The expectation, of course, is to score at 10 runs and over. Also, teams are expected not to be bowled out. For the first over, produce 10. Will that continue with Moti and Sinclair?
It will be difficult. We've seen every batter that has come to the crease, with the exception of Sherfane Rutherford and perhaps to a lesser extent Sharon Hetmeyer, struggle to score freely on this pitch. So to ask these two to score at 10 and over will be difficult, but they are capable. Budukesh Moti in his last game here, that was against India in that ODI series. Remember, he scored 39 of 34 deliveries. And in that innings, he struck 3 sixes and 4 boundaries. So he's very capable. Kevin Sinclair prides himself in being an all-rounder. He mentioned many times that he started his career as an opener. Excellent by Tevin Walker, just diving away to his left.
Just to add, Budukesh Moti has a first-class 100, 110 in his 40 first-class matches, so there is pedigree, just confirming the point that you're making, Shakira Salman. One thing that also impressed me in that last year's tournament was the strike rate of Kevin Sinclair with the bat, over 100. Just nearly slinking through. Both Kevin Sinclair and Romario Shepherd were the only 2 batters last year to strike at over 100 in this said tournament. Yeah, good back leg preventing that ball from ricocheting onto the stumps.
Yeah, and I think the reason those two would have scored over 100 is because they're always looking to score. The intent is very different.
Just 3 runs from this over, 171 for 7.
Stop.
7 bowlers used so far by Windward Island's Volcanoes. 2 wickets apiece to John and discard. Spinners also playing an important role with the ball. And not surprisingly, Shamar Springer comes back to close the innings off.
Shamar Springer was excellent in his first spell. All 5 overs for 10 runs in that initial spell. Went for 12 in his 6th over. But like you said, no surprise that he's back to close out the innings. He's very good at this stage of the innings.
Outside edge found. No one in that slip cordon. Sufficient enough to beat the wicketkeeper and the deep third. 4 more welcome runs for the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Unlucky for Shamar Springer again on that 9-gain length. Unintentional, but Kevin Sinclair will take it. No chance for Tevin Walker to take that one. It's 4 runs added to the total.
Shamar Springer recently played in the Caribbean Premier League with the Jamaica Tallowers. When you play that format of the game as a bowler, you're always pushed to improve your skill as a bowler, whether it's in pace variations or in the way you use your cutters and slower deliveries. Another outside edge. This time a little more intentional, but same result. Consecutive boundaries. Not exactly, but 2 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, Darren, intentional. But perhaps this one should have been taken by Tevin Walker. You just see there he's a bit wrong-footed. Probably because Kevin Sinclair has gone leg side initially, and then at the last moment, he just pokes it past Walker. Shamar Springer not very happy. To just see how difficult it is to bowl at this stage of the innings. Like by signal by umpire Zahid Basara.
I guess the general thinking is not to be too predictable in your lengths and lines that you bowl, and also with the field. You still want to give yourself a few options as a fast bowler at this stage of the innings, so batters are unable to line you up, pick a spot and attack you. There's that change of pace and cutter. Very effective from Shamar Springer. 180 for 7. One wicket fell in that first power play, and 5 in power play number 2. Ryan John, he's been outstanding with the ball for the Volcanoes. 2 for 30. Swung the ball a bit, changed his pace. Ball a pretty tidy line.
And if I'm not mistaken, he took a wicket in the first over of each spell.
Spoken extensively about the bonus points on offer for teams. Another very good feature in this year's CG United Super 50 Cup tournament is the incentive of winnings. $100,000 for the winners. A drastic increase in prize money. Runners up getting $50,000. Of course, a move by Cricket West Indies to increase prize monies across all competitions, male and female. What do you make of that, Shakira Salman?
I welcome it. Really excited to see prize money finally being introduced in the women's competition, but also to see the increase. It is an incentive not just to work harder during the tournament, but also in that lead up to the tournament. It will make teams prepare much harder.
Trying to get hold of it. Full toss. Not taken advantage of.
You say not taken advantage of, but he has a field set for this. It's that wider full toss. When he's bowling to the right-handed Kevin Sinclair, he has 3 fielders in the deep on the offside. Deep point, deep cover, and long off. Just 2 on the leg side, long on, and deep mid wicket. Now that Gudikesh Moti, left-hander, is on strike. They've decided to bring in that long off and employ a deep third man. So 2 on the offside. and 3 deep on the leg. It's a really impressive start to this spell. He is bowling to his field.
We've seen in white ball cricket many batters use options of scoring behind the stumps. Hence, captains are always pushed to using a deep third and deep fine leg. Batters are quite innovative with using pace. Very, very good delivery. Nails his Yorker, bowling to his field.
This is excellent. And I remember you talking about the bonus point incentives, developing players for certain roles. I dare say West Indies is looking for a death bowler or more death bowling options.
There is that run scoring option behind the stumps. Good awareness from Gudakesh Moti, using pace, beating short third, getting a boundary to end the over. 187 for 7. A little too short on that occasion, allows for too much time. He bowled 5 very good deliveries previous to this one. Moti striking at 214, exactly what's required at this stage of the innings for Guyana.
Springer utilizing those off cutters to good effect. Left-handed Gudakesh Moti is back on straight. Let's see what field he goes to. Looks like 3 deep on the leg side. Chance from behind square around to long on, 2 deep on the off, deep third, and a sweep on the offside.
Again, it's that variation from Shamar Springer. Get so many West Indian fans who'll be looking on at this tournament. Of course, you think of this as the first in that 4-year cycle of preparing a West Indian team for that next ICC 50 over World Cup, due to be held in 2027. They're gonna miss. And it should be the ideal incentive for players to start grooming themselves for that challenge. Many young players, early 20s, will be prime in 4 years' time for playing in that World Cup, so not too late to start enhancing your reputation, putting your name into the regional space for the West Indian selectors, for the fans, to secure a spot in that World Cup. Probably heal the disappointment of the West Indies not playing in the current 50 over World Cup.
Yeah, it's an ideal opportunity for these youngsters. There is one who will be putting his name in the minds of selectors. He's done excellently already. He has the record for the joint fastest 50 on debut.
Played for the Barbados Royals in the recent Caribbean Premier League. Martinez. This year had the chance of making his test debut against India, enhance his reputation in the manner in which he played spin Ashwin and Jadeja in that debut test match in his home country in Dominica. He's making the point in the pre-show about the opportunities for young players like Martinez like Kirk McKenzie, who also had the chance of playing international cricket on the back of doing well in the regional 4-day competition. So this is the ideal platform for young players to make a statement, then earn themselves a space in the international side. Only 4 from the over, 191 for 7. Just Pamal and Smith remaining in this Guyana Harpy Eagles batting lineup. We'll probably be thinking about 240. They need 10 runs from here on in. 10 per over. That's a minimum standard expected.
That's why that platform is so important. In the initial 2 phases, you want batters to set a foundation from which the batters who are at the crease in the last 10 can launch. And ideally, you want batters like Shimron Hetmeyer, Sherfane Rutherford to be at the crease at this stage of the innings.
There is that accuracy once more from John, nailing that defensive Yorker, getting the length right. Positive signs for Windward Islands Volcanoes from a bowling point of view with this man on screen.
And every time he's decided to go to that Yorker, he's been excellent. Very good again. Field is set for this. He's going to that wide Yorker, so it's very hard for a batter to hit him behind square on the leg side. That's the reason he has the 2 fielders on the leg side in front of the back, deep mid wicket and along on. Four fielders on the leg side for the left-hander.
Shuffle to the offside. Swing to leg side, top edge, and gets forward to deep third. Not intentional, but effective at this stage of the innings for Guyana.
Very unlucky for Ryan John. Just missed his length marginally. A wild heave by Gudakesh Moti results in an edge flying over that short third man. He moves on to 22 of just 13 deliveries.
Chipped, but lands safely. So would like to make the point that the performance targets for bonus points are just guides, so teams will continue to aspire to these targets. Of course, if you're excellent in the different phases, you will earn bonus points. Very good adjustment from John. Just followed the batter and produced another excellent delivery to end. Just 7 runs from the over, 198 for 7. One of the things we've noticed from this batting effort by Guyana is how they've struggled in that first power play and second power play. What you're seeing in run rate in the last power play is what they should have achieved in the first one. And a lot of that has to do with their inability to score off good deliveries. It's a skill, it's a proficiency that batters in the Caribbean must develop to become better in this format of the game. 200 comes up for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. And that is an area of focus, Shakira Selman, for coaches and batters. Try to rotate strikes, score off very good deliveries, because you will get bad deliveries.
White signal by the umpire. I think it has a lot to do with the mindset of batters. So many times we've spoken about West Indian batters in particular, either looking for a boundary or else it's a dot ball. In this white ball version of the game, you do want them to look for boundaries. But if it's a good delivery and you can't score a boundary, you have to be able to adjust and find a single.
I guess it's a blend of both skill, intent. You talk about that mental side of the game required to be effective and consistent. Thought for a moment there was a chance with the run out. No, says the fielder.
This partnership has gone on to 45 of just 38 deliveries. 25 of those runs contributed by Gudakesh Moti. So proving how capable he is with the bat. Springer continuing to outfox him with that off cutter. It's really digging that one into the surface. Just look at the way he runs his fingers across to the right of the ball. But importantly, he's found the ideal length. Can't afford to get too full.
Thick outside edge, beats short third. Near as that boundary they were searching for, Guyana Harpy Eagles. Another one going to Gudakesh Moti. 2-7 for 7.
If you swing hard. And again, Gudakesh Moti swinging hard, aiming for that leg side. The ball flying over the short third man into the boundary. It's bound to happen at this stage of the innings.
Regat action with the bat by Moti and Sinclair. Similar field for John against Sinclair. .50 partnership comes up between these two, well appreciated by their teammates. A much needed effort with the bat to restore some sort of pride in this Guyana Harpy Eagles team. So many decorated players, they found themselves in a spot of bother. It's 101 for 4. Now 2-8 for 7. Ball them off the pads. Very unlucky for Moti, but great adjustment by John, following the batter and hitting the bullseye.
And I have to say that Ryan John deserved this wicket. He stuck to his plans. Sometimes as a bowler, you can be tempted to go wide as opposed to following the batter. but he had 4 fielders in the deep on the leg side. He deserved that wicket. Gudakesh Moti goes for a very impactful 29 from just 19 deliveries. Guyana 208 for 8.
Captain himself coming to the crease to provide the finishing touches to this innings. Sami Pamal had a taste of captaincy early in his career in this Guyana setup. Known more for his bowling, Shakira Salman. There's a chance to impact the innings with the bat.
Want to continue from where Moti left off.
Also a chance for Ryan John to probably secure another bonus points if he picks up another wicket. This was his 3rd wicket, and it was a good one where he just changed his line at the last minute when he saw Gudakesh Moti move to leg to give himself room to hit offside. And then following him, did well. Also a very good shot. Kevin Sinclair is playing a brilliant innings in the circumstances.
Kevin Sinclair stood still on this occasion. Hit that slower delivery, looked to be a leg cutter from Ryan John. He hits that all the way for a maximum, his first. Continues to show his all-round capability. Just wonder why Ryan John went to a slower delivery though. He's been so effective just going to the wide Yorkers at full pace.
There again. Sometimes when you're too adventurous as a bowler at this stage of the innings, you can pay a heavy price.
Yeah, and sometimes us bowlers tend to overthink. So I suspect he's thinking he didn't want to be predictable. Thought he had to go to a change, ended up resulting in a boundary.
10 runs coming from the over, 217 for 8. Last wicket to fall, that of Gudakesh Moti, was really powering the ball alongside Kevin Sinclair. Just 2 overs remaining, 1 to be bowled by Shamar Springer.
Ball is really gripping in the surface now. Don't think the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be too disappointed with that, too disheartened by it. They do have a very heavy spin lineup. Really well bowled by Shamar Springer again. Really impressed with the names he's hitting with that off cutter.
2 is the call. You also know the field that he's bowling with. Having a short third short, fine. More often than not, he's going to take pace off the ball. So as a batter, you have a little more time. A little more time to pick your spot. Pamal might be thinking leg side. That's a side that he will get more power.
Importantly, every time he's gone pace on, he's gotten it straight enough. Does have 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side.
Leg side to Sinclair, of course, the wind blowing from that direction. So in theory, you're hitting into the wind, which would be a little more challenging than hitting to the other end of the field. Sweetly timed offside. So far, so good. Bowlers bowling to plans. Andre Fletcher will be very pleased with this effort. Generally speaking, the out cricket, the bowling, very disciplined from Windward Island's Volcanoes. You can sense that there's deep thought in the way they've executed things.
Changing the angle, Shamar Springer now coming around the wicket, same field.
Kevin Sinclair was searching for that second run. His captain, unresponsive. Just never know how that extra run will impact the outcome of the game. Seen it many times in cricket.
Yeah, you want to continue to put pressure on the fielders. Sometimes a fielder will hear you saying 2, and they look up at the last minute, not watching the ball right into their hand. Another change of angle.
Nails that full delivery, only concedes a single. Just 6 runs from the over. That's a brilliant spell of bowling from Shamar Springer. Wicketless, but conceding only 45. 223 for 8. Final over of the innings, not surprisingly, Ryan John with the ball. And he reverts to that line outside the off stump to the right-handers, generally on the full side. Kevin Sinclair trying to heave it onside. Might be worthwhile thinking about the ramp, thinking about using the pace to beat short third.
Haven't seen that from any of the batters.
Powerful stroke, goes high instead of long, and off the second attempt, Lewis completes the catch. So a good reward for Ryan John with his persistence in strategy. The dangerous Sinclair goes.
Ryan John getting his 4th wicket. That gives the Windward Islands another bonus point. Persisting with that wider delivery, going across the right-handed Kevin Sinclair. And Sherman Lewis is able to hold on the second attempt. Their catching efficiency has been excellent. Kevin Sinclair goes for a well-played 41 from 48 deliveries. Guyana Harpy Eagles, 23 for 9.
Niall Smith, the final batter for Guyana. Gets off the mark straight away, gives his captain strike.
There's a look at that wicket once more. Ryan John, not as full as he perhaps wanted it to, maybe a change of pace. But Kevin St. Clair trying to heave that one leg side. Ends up with a leading edge and caught an extra cover by Sherman Lewis.
When you felt that Versamy Pamal was going to do the paddle, leg side, pulled out of it. So feel a good option is trying to hit the ball over extra cover with this angle from the right-hander with pace on. You give yourself room, you can beat that fielder at short cover. There's a big gap between long off and deep cover.
Managed to scramble a single. Just one delivery left for this 50 overs. Guyana 225 for 9. What can Niall Smith get? Can they get to 230? Or can Windward Islands bowl them out and get another bonus point?
Very interesting. Might just plant a seed in the captain's mind. Have a word with John to will him to take that final wicket and earn themselves an extra point. Can he? Or will he not?
Don't get greedy. Don't get greedy and give away a boundary, no.
Last over, last delivery. It's another wide. So one more legal delivery in this innings. 227 for 9. Can Niall Smith secure a boundary for his team and get them into that 230 marker? Remember, past score around 220 at this venue in List A cricket. Last ball of the innings. Or not.
Three consecutive wides by Ryan John. It's perhaps expecting Niall Smith to take a step across outside off stump. But Niall Smith is holding his ground. Perhaps just waiting for him to bring one straighter.
Just concedes a single of that final delivery. 6 runs from the over, end of the innings. Guyana Harpy Eagles, they finish on 229 for 9. It's been a disciplined effort with the ball from the Windward Islands Volcanoes. And surely Captain Andre Fletcher will be very happy with this option. Won the toss, elected to bowl first. And you can say they've done themselves justice with the ball.
Captain Andre Fletcher will be quite happy. Shamar Springer as well. He didn't get a wicket, but he was very economical. 10 overs for just 45 runs. Playing with the Windward Volcanoes this year, Shamar Springer. But they can all be proud of their effort. They were excellent in the field. Lots of energy throughout the 50 overs. Guyana Harpy Eagles. No one was able to get to 50. Few stars. Tejnari Chandapal, 29 of 60. A very slow innings by him. Kevin Ainlap got a star at 41, was then dismissed. Kevin St. Clair and Gudakesh Moti, though, motored them along to 229 in that 50 overs. A fairly respectable total.
Yeah, 71 runs coming from the last 10 overs and 4 wickets to Ryan John. He was the standout bowler for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, well supported by Descartes, who picked up 2. Shimon Lewis, who opened, also got an early wicket, and the spinners contributed with 2. Right, let's hear from the man of the moment. He's with Nikhil Uttamchandani.
I've got Ryan John with me. Ryan, 4 wickets today, second 4-wicket haul of your listed career, and the second one against Guyana as well. What is it about this opposition that you like so much?
Thank you very much. First, I want to give thanks to God Almighty for that wonderful performance. Obviously, there's always room for improvement. It's just about me sticking to the basics, believing in my skill, and it paid off well today.
Only 3 games last season. How much of a point to prove did you have coming into this year?
I wouldn't say too much of a point. I mean, whenever I get the opportunity, I relish that. I mean, coming from the World Cup in 2016, I've never really had too much of an opportunity. So it's just about me trying to make a name for myself at this point, and obviously hoping I could help my team cross the line.
Both 3 spells today in the 3 different phases. What are the challenges in that?
Well, it's something that I practice a lot, so it's not too much of something that is new to me. So, but obviously the wicket was 2-pace, so it was helping the bowlers, and I just tried to use that to my benefit today.
230, how confident are you that your team can get that?
Most definitely. I mean, we have a very packed batting lineup. Hopefully we just play balls on the merit, bat simple, and back ourselves to get over the line.
Really well done today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nikhil. First half of this second match of the CG United Super 50. The target, 230. That is what the Windward Islands Volcanoes will need. We'll have to wait and see if they get there. Run chase coming to you after the break.
We're halfway through the first game of the new season of the Super 50, and the Guyana Harpy Eagles have been stifled by the Windward Islands Volcanoes bowlers. They've been restricted to just 229 for 9 from their 50 overs. As you can see there from the Manhattans, never really got going. Not too many big overs in there, not too many tall buildings. And you would think the Windwards, having won the toss and put Guyana into bat, will be marginally the happier side, despite the fact that it's not the easiest pitch to bat on, perhaps. Fast bowling theme during our chat today, obviously, with Sir Curtly Ambrose and Kesrick Williams, and that was a pretty impressive performance from the Windward Islands seamers.
I think they bowled very well. What I like about the bowling effort was they were very disciplined in the areas that they bowled, and they restricted the Guyana Harpy Eagles to 229 or 50 overs. It may not sound like a big total, but it's a tricky wicket to bat on. So it's going to be an interesting chase.
It is. From a Guyana point of view, though, a lot of talk so far about the bonus point system and how there are a few available for the batters with aggressive attacking play. We didn't see much of that from Guyana. Did they lack a bit of intent, particularly in the first 15, 20 overs?
Well, to be honest, looking at it, they really never got a chance to really move on. To be honest with you, the wicket was a bit tricky. But at the end of the day, what the Windward Islands did really well is a change of bowling. That was really well done by Fletcher. I must say congrats to him, the way how he changes bowlers. So they really never get that chance to really get that start that they needed. So Windward sort of stifled them at the start, in the middle, and in the end. Ryan John did a fantastic job with the ball.
He did, didn't he? Found swing early on, and then he came back at the death and shows he's got death bowling skills too.
Which is good, because in this form of the game, you can't be one-dimensional. You know, he started the ball rolling, getting the first wicket, and that really gave him confidence. And then he chipped out a few more, ending up with 4 wickets. It's always a nice feeling for any bowler in a 50-over game.
And the interesting thing about the end of this innings as well, Kesrick, is with the bonus point system, there's always the option of that point, isn't there? So John there was on 4 wickets. Had he got a wicket with his final delivery, he would have got a 5-wicket haul and an extra point, and they would have bowled out the opposition, which would have given them another point. So there's always things to look out for towards the end of the game.
Yeah, definitely. I love the implementation of the bonus points thingy, because what would happen is that in these games, with a bowler like Ryan John, if he's on 4 wickets, we'd want him to go through the innings and try to get 5, or even at the middle. They really bowl well through the middle. So I'm really impressed with how they rotate their bowlers and how they bowl through the whole game. Yes, the wicket was hard to really get a start on for Guyana, but what happened, they hit the areas that they're supposed to hit, and they come out champs.
There was one very bizarre moment, wasn't there, during this innings? It involved Romario Shepherd. It didn't really matter because he was out soon after. But have a look at this. He effectively just stops. It's like someone has pressed the pause button, doesn't move. The ball is delivered by Carvum Hodge. It hits the middle stump. He's saying, well, he's not moved away. So is that not out? The umpire then points at one of the fielders out on the offside, and I think what happened was he was distracted, Romario Shepherd. A fielder was moving or was talking to him, but he hadn't moved away. It was a bizarre scenario.
It certainly was a bizarre, because I've never seen it before. You know, normally if something distracts the batsman, they will move away. He stood there like he was ready to take strike and just never did anything after that. And of course, Carvum Hodge was inquiring, but you know, after we saw the replay, you know, there was some chatter going on between the bucket point and the keeper. Yeah. Hence, there was a distraction.
Yeah. And by the laws, he's not out there, but you'd have appealed, wouldn't you? You'd have appealed.
Some captains probably would have taken it on. Yeah, some captains probably would have taken it on. But, I mean, it was one of those times Fletcher just let it slide, you know what I mean? But well done to the guys. I think they did a fantastic job today. They just have to go and back it up now with the bat.
They do, and we can't wait to see Alec Athanaze with bat in hand. He's very much the coming man as far as West Indies batting is concerned. He's already contributed with a wicket with his wily off spin. He got the big wicket of Shimron Hetmeyer, but it's all about his batting. We're going to hear from him after the break. Welcome back. Now, as the new CWI Director of Cricket, Miles Bascombe has a big job on his hands trying to turn around the men's side's fortunes. Earlier, he filled me in on his vision to take West Indies forward. Miles, this is your first Super 50 as the new Director of Cricket. How important a tournament is this going to be in shaping West Indian 50-over cricket for the next few years?
It's going to be vital. Coming into this tournament, the white ball head coach Darren Sammy, he has had meetings with franchise coaches. During the tournament, he will have meetings with the players as he outlines his brand of white ball cricket, and as we make preparations for the 2027 World Cup, which is pretty much what we have. We have 4 years to ensure that we are able to compete in that World Cup and bring some glory to West Indies cricket.
You mentioned the word brand there, so does that mean there's a shift in policy? Is the brand changing?
Well, I wouldn't say changing, I would say that it's being defined, right? We do have our own style of cricket in the West Indies. We have flair, but we have to be able to keep a pace with the changing trends. And the Super 50, the 50-over game has changed probably the most in the last few years, spurred by England, who really, engineered a shift in the paradigm. And now we're looking at the World Cup and we see scores of 300 plus being chased comfortably in some cases. And, we have to be able to keep a pace with that.
Not at the World Cup. Is this almost like a clean slate now, ground zero, and a great opportunity for a few young players to stick their hands in the air and say, I'm the future of West Indies cricket?
Yes, definitely, and that is the premise on which we are working. That we are trying to lay the foundation in this Super 50 tournament. So we want to be able to define roles. Allow players to understand what it is to be an opener for the West Indies cricket team, what it is to be a wicket-taking fast bowler, and understand the approach that we want to take into 50-over matches. And they will effectively have 3 to 4 years, to refine their skills, to practice those roles, and to vie for a chance of being in that 2027 World Cup team.
So someone like Alec Athene is a very good example of, if you perform in this tournament, your career can take off very quickly.
Definitely, and I'm sure that Alec is prime and ready to go. I think he understands his game pretty well, and following discussions with head coach Sammy, because he has been a part of the West Indies one-day setup already, and players like him, would be able to look on at what he is doing, listen to what the coach is advising, and you never know. I think that is probably the only thing that no one can dispute, that the talent is certainly there. We just produce it, but what we haven't done well is harness it properly and maximize the potential that talent. We haven't been able to get that to its max potential, and we have to be able to do that better. And I think by clearly defining roles and establishing a clear set of competencies that our player need to master in order to be successful in the international game, I think that we are on the path to being able to fully harness and, I dare to say, weaponize that talent that we have.
New format this year as well, 8 teams playing in a round-robin format and then go through to the semi-finals. What's the thinking behind the change?
Yes, competition cricket, you have to plan. You have to plan for every team, right? You have to play against every opposition. That is how when you have done well in a tournament with this type of format, you know that you have adapted your game from match to match to different opposition, different conditions, and you have still found a way to execute a role and excel. And we, from our end, we would know that this is a player who is ready to go to the next level.
I hope you get everything you want from the tournament.
So do I, and I hope that the players see it as the opportunity it is to express themselves, to show, that they're willing to play that brand of cricket that we want to have as our West Indian brand. And I'm sure that if we can see the start of it, based on the time, I mean, this is pretty much a month or two in the making. So any results that we see in this tournament would pretty much be a reflection of a change in mindset, right? And not anything that has come through that is systemic. So as we try to build it into our system, it would be interesting to see, what difference the change in mindset would make and how that would play out on the field.
As Miles mentioned, there is plenty of talent in the Caribbean, and Alec Athanaze is one who there are very high hopes for. Just over a year ago, he was still awaiting his first professional century. Now he is a Test and ODI player. Alec, you've had a great year, but is this competition one that's really close to your heart? Because after you scored 200s in this, your career really took off.
I would like to think so. I love playing white ball cricket, to be honest, and playing for the West Indies, you need to come up in this tournament. So I think being this, I would say the starting of my career, like my year last year, is really close to my heart.
Talk me through your Test debut then against India. Was it everything that you imagined it would be in your dreams walking out there for the first time?
It was more actually, because I never imagined having my debut at home. That was pretty special. I never imagined it against India and in such tough conditions. So I think it was a little bit more than I expected, but I mean, I'm grateful for the way that I handled it.
Got to mention your bowling as well. If I'd have told you a couple of years ago that you're going to bowl 16 overs on your Test debut in the first innings and your first wicket is going to be Rohit Sharma, what would you have said to me?
I would have taken it for sure, but I don't really bowl back home. That's the surprising thing. I am confident in my bowling, but I don't really, I don't really like to bowl that much. I love batting, but I mean, I would have taken it any day if someone told me that I would have Rohit Sharma as my first Test wicket.
Yeah, he's in the pocket now. So you made both your Test and your ODI debut this year. At this stage of your career, what comes more naturally to you, red ball or white ball batting?
White ball, definitely white ball. White ball suits my style of play. I love to be aggressive like most people. So I like to be aggressive. I like to use my feet, hit the ball over the top, and red ball, you have to be a bit more careful. Well, you have to bat a bit more longer. So I love red ball cricket. I think Test cricket is the absolute best cricket to play and look at, but I love playing white ball.
Let's talk about the Windwards then. Do you feel that you have unfinished business in this competition after what happened last year? You started so well and then you just faded away at the end.
Yeah, definitely. I am someone who prides on standards, and like you said, I started well and then fell away. I think it was a bit because of overconfidence. You start so well that you think that you have everything covered, and then you have a couple low scores and you think that, oh well, I will catch up at the end, and then what if you don't, you get a good ball? And so it was that case. So I think right now it's about me just sticking to my game plan, making sure that I have everything covered, making sure that I prepare well, and let the results take care of itself.
And does the team feel that way as well? Because the team started well and then had a good chance to get through to the semi-finals and then just faded.
Yeah, definitely. We as a team thought that we set ourselves short somewhere. We had a chance to go back to the drawing board. We had a chance to look at everything, and hopefully that we could, keep the fire blazing right through the tournament this year.
How do you assess your squad this year? You've lost one or two players, but you've gained a couple as well.
Yeah, we have a very good, balanced team, mixed with a bit of all-rounders, I would say, because we have, I think, almost 3 guys who normally bowl and normally bat. So, we have a very good balanced team, and we are just a group of young boys excited, looking to get out on the park and putting on a show for the fans.
for the resumption at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's match 2 of the CG United Super 50 Cup. The Guyana Harpy Eagles posting 229 for 9. Will be slightly disappointed given the way they started, who had wickets in hand in that middle phase, but will be overjoyed at the contributions of Kevin Sinclair and Moti. Those two in particular put on 50 from just 42 deliveries to get them to a competitive 230 to defend. 4 wickets for Ryan John was the standout, second career list day 4-wicket haul, and second as well against Guyana. Wickets for Descartes with his medium pace, Sherman Lewis up front, and then a couple of wickets for the spin. It is a beautiful day. Johnson Charles, tons of experience. It's his 115th list day game. He's got 300s. They may want another one. But not may. They definitely want another one today. And his partner is Alec Athenes, who we'll see shortly. Romarius Shepherd with new ball in hand. Continues to develop so nicely in all 3 phases of the game this year in one international cricket for the West Indies. And Athenes, the opening pair that did really well against Guyana last season. Man from Dominica out in the middle. And alongside me is Kesrick Williams. Kesrick, could be a tense run chase if they are to lose wickets early.
Definitely, Nikhil. It's a pleasure to be here. The rain held up really good. We're in for an amazing day of cricket. Romarius Shepherd, as we know, usually picks up early wickets.
Straight away, 2 men behind the bat of Athenes, catching, and he's bowling over the wicket. That one just subtly came back in.
Something that he usually do as well, get that ball to swing back into the left-hander pretty early. It's a guy that usually bowls full as well early in the innings. Usually picks up early wickets. Was probably one of the best power play bowlers in the CPL this year. Picking up early wickets for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Would love to do that today for the Harpy Eagles.
Straight mid wicket's gone into place, so second slip is out. First runs off the bat for the Volcanoes.
With Johnson Charles being his opening partner, I'm expecting that Johnson Charles will have a few words with him. Trying to keep his calm. This opening partnership was very, very important for them to get over the line today. We would love to have a good start to this tournament.
Was almost the first wicket. They've been caught in 2 minds there, Charles, off the inside edge.
That little away movement, shaping away a little there. Johnson Charles was just a little bit late. Looked a bit indecisive what he wanted to do with that ball, so. Alec Anthony is looking as positive as ever. Such a calm character at the crease. Always looks positive. He's a key member in this lineup. They have a really good team, the Windward Volcanoes.
I was quite curious, you know, Keswick to see where Athenaeus would come out to bat. Obviously, last season he's had that massive success with the hundreds in the first 2 games opening the batting. One against Guyana and one against CCC. But after now, given the fact that he's made his 1 international debut and is batted at 3 and 4, his first 4 internationals, I thought maybe could drop down the order because of the role that he plays. But they've opted to keep things the same. Height may have been the question, may have been back on it as well. We'll have a look when we return. After 1, 2 for none. Both teams hunting for a win in their first game of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Such an integral tournament for this region. With a World Cup in 4 years, heard Miles Bascom in the interval speak about transitionary period. It's a golden opportunity for players like Niall Smith, who have been on the fringes of West Indies cricket, to have a really big season, Keswick Williams, and bang down the door for a selection place in that England series or even Australia in 2024.
Like him as a bowler. He's been doing a great job for the Harpy Eagles over the years. Love his action as well. Really skiddy. He rushes on to you quicker than you expect. Love his approach to the crease as well. As I mentioned, really nice, calm run-up, but he rushes onto you quicker than you expect. There have been some talk about him around the Caribbean and how he's bowling. Some wickets here in this tournament should sort of put his name in the hat for a West Indies selection or even an A-team selection at the end of the year.
Just saw Versamy Pramal having a chat with Niall Smith. We've already seen what Andrew Fletcher's done in the field as captain. First look at Pramal, who's only led in 3 list A games in his career. He's been around for so long, but it's a real challenge for him now, a new challenge, leading this team. Wanted someone that well acclimatized to replace Leon Johnson, who was the captain for eons. Played over a century of list A fixtures, Pramal. Takes him on. Here's a slow outfield. Don't think it will get there. It doesn't. When bowlers have gone to that shorter length, Keswick, it just seems to hold into the pitch and become quite easy to hit.
That's what we have seen throughout the game. Bowling that length usually sticks in the wicket, but you can't be consistent with it because batters will lash onto it. So you've got to hit that top of off stump length. Bowling short into this wicket is really not the best way to go consistently.
Certainly is attracting something into the right-hander. Conversely, away from the left-hander.
He's Speaking about Vasami Purmal, he has been around for a while. Happy to see him as captain in this tournament. Him and Fletcher been around for a while. Happy to see these guys leading the teams, both teams.
And just on Tomal's appointment, Keswick, talking to some of the administration of the Eagles, obviously they had experience in Shepherd and Hetmeyer, Rutherford even, who they could have gone to, but they want someone that can be there 12 months a year. They look at it as a holistic approach, someone who can be in that regional setup, domestic setup, constantly developing and working with players, and who better to go to than a man that's been around for more than a decade.
I think it's also the right option to go to a man like Vasami Purmal.
Touch of class. First boundary for the Windwards, first boundary for Alec Athenes in this year's tournament. End of 2, 11 for none.
Lovely shot by Alec Antones. Prance on anything short and wide. He likes width.
Early start for Volcanoes. Positive start as well. Shepherd was good with new ball last season. Kept teams to just 4 runs per over. Remember, only has 2 fielders outside that 30-yard circle. He'll want to add more wickets though. Deliveries like that, Yorker length. What has impressed you about? Oh wow, look at this. 1 second, Keswick, because had a shot at the stumps. It was good against Moti and good awareness. They got the extra run.
Can't be giving away runs at this moment. There's no reason to take that go at the stump. Giving away an extra run. Yeah, good against Moti. Johnson is one of those players that likes to give that hurricane start. Even though the wicket really don't allow batters to get that kind of start, he would find a way to give the Windward Volcanoes that start.
And before the throw, I was going to ask you about Shepherd. You would have seen him in that India series where he majorly did well at the back end of the innings, but you mentioned the CPL was really good with new ball. What has improved the most about Shepherd?
Shepherd has improved really well. I think he understands the know-how and the know when to bowl certain deliveries and to who is batting as well.
Another one through the offside. Looks really good so far, Alec Athenes.
Positive. As I said, he usually looks positive. He looks so comfortable. The stroke making. That best of best warm-up games in St. Vincent. Looked really good. Saw the chance for that best of best form into the Najigo Super 50. Looks like a player that likes to play Guyana as well.
This is what he saw at depth at. One shot through the offside has now opened up another opportunity. Extra fielder goes to the offside. And he takes on the leg side. This is brilliant batting from this young sensation. Boundary then maximum.
I told you about Alec Antones. He's a small man, but he packs a punch. And as he mentioned in that interview earlier, he likes the ball on his bat. He loves a white ball cricket. Lovely shot. With ease. He always looks like he have a lot of time at the crease. It's a compact player, Alec Andanese. Strike rate at 150 already. Positive start here by the Windward Island Volcanoes.
And now has forced Pramod and the Eagles to think. Field has stayed the same. They still have square leg on the boundary and deep third. Thought maybe they would have considered the deep point, given how strong he is square of the wicket. Love what he said at the interval in that interview. Keswick was well aware that after those 200s there was a hint of overconfidence and it cost him. He's a man of standards, he says, and he's looking to rectify those issues he faced last season.
Would want him to continue that form. I think more or less he would be at that setup against that England in that England series. So he would like him to continue that form. 3 overs gone is 22 without loss.
Hunting 229 for a win in this Super 50 Cup 2023 edition. The Volcanoes, this is a riveting start. We got above 7 runs and over. Remember, bonus point in play if they can score at more than 6 runs per over in the first 10. The Eagles can also gain a bonus point if they can take 3 or more wickets. Niall Smith.
Again, that balloon bounce. Johnson Charles is a player that likes it short as well. Favors the mid-wicket region. When you talk about someone who hits the ball with good power, that's Johnson Charles. He has a phrase that he used, see it, hit it. He's been going with that for a while now and it's been working for him.
Rocket out of the ground. They're not messing around here, the Volcanoes.
Told you about this Johnson Charles character. He would find a way to score. Even though the wicket is hard to really get a start on, he would find a way. That's the sort of player he is. See it, hit it.
What is the tactic for Niall Smith and Pramod? Because he's got 6 fielders in the offside. The first 2 deliveries of the over have both been short. Charles missed the pull the first time, not the second. Field stays the same.
The way these two are going about things, I'm thinking that the discussion was had in the dressing room about the batting points. Knowing that already got a few points already from the bowling. This could be a good start for the Windward Island Volcanoes when it comes to allocating these points. That was set by the Cricket West Indies director. As I mentioned earlier, love the implementation of the batting and bowling points.
Feel that extra cover, catching for Athenes. Just listening to Fletcher, the way he spoke to his team, Keswick, he believed this pitch is a lot better than 230. He actually believed his bowlers did superbly well. And it's why he opted for the light roller to ensure things pretty much stayed the same. And you have maybe the factor of some dew coming in later can even help it come on a bit better. Wow, pure timing. Reigning boundaries at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Batting points, batting points. I love the implementation of this batting points, Nikhil. Johnson Charles, he's off. He's always a player that finds a way to score. Not surprised of the way he's going about things.
Rub salt in the wounds, extra.
As you mentioned earlier about Fletcher, Nikhil, he's a very confident guy with his team. He believes that his team could score on any wicket over 280 with the power the team possess. Fletcher himself is batting at number 5 in this lineup. We have Kavim Haj at 3, Sunil Lambis at 4, so a really good batting lineup for the Volcanoes.
Feather on it and gone. Niall Smith strikes back. The Eagles strike back. Boy, did they need that.
Really well bowled. Niall Smith, as I mentioned earlier, comes on to you quicker than you think. Beautiful delivery, and that's the line that you need to bowl on this surface. That's the length that will cause problem for batters on this surface. Johnson Charles 14, 35 for 1.
Kavim Hodge comes to the middle, averaged a touch under 30, averaged over 50 in the 6 matches he played last season. Got that 100 against the CCC side. And this partnership was pivotal for the Windward Islands and their early success in the tournament. Athanaze and Hodge. Shepherd has come back into the attack.
Niall Smith. Really good delivery. Hitting that line and that length that you should hit on this surface. Taking the edge. Johnson Charles. Well bowled, Niall Smith.
Keswick, look at that release though from Niall Smith. It looks like a slight leg cut. It does something off the pitch as well.
Definitely. Leg cutter. Just rolling his fingers down the side of that ball. You can see that little.
My word. Alec Athanaze, he has somewhere to be, somewhere to go. Dealing in boundaries, 4th of the innings.
It's a lovely shot. Where's the cameraman, Nikhil? Great shot by Alec Anthony's. Small man. But as I mentioned,
So efficient. And remember, it took 34 deliveries for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to find a boundary. Windward Islands have already got 6 boundaries inside just under 5 overs.
as I mentioned earlier, batting points to be had in this game. They already get a few points from their bowling. So they're doing well here. They're well on the way to get an extra point with the bat.
Bold. Shepherd again, the use of the pitch again. Don't go anywhere. This is a blockbuster of a start.
We're in for something here. Hodge playing down the wrong line. He got to go. Hodge for naught. Without scoring, the score is now 40 for 2.
In at number 4 is Sunil Ambris. He's played 16 one-day internationals. Of course, has that 140 against Ireland back in 2019. Scored the most runs for this Windward Islands side season ago. So, two very capable members at the crease, but Shepherd and the Eagles have now taken 2 wickets in the last 3 deliveries. Correction, the last 8 deliveries. Could possibly had another one. Eventful over comes to an end. 6 and the wicket, 41 for 2. Healthy run rate, going out above 8 and over, but they've lost 2 wickets. Remember, bonus point is up for grabs. 1 wicket for the Harpy Eagles gets them 1 point. And if they can maintain this rate, the Volcanoes will have a point as well.
Really good pair here at the crease now for the Volcanoes. Sunil Ambris and Alec Anthony's both did a great job last season with the bat for the Volcanoes. They would like to continue that this year. We would like to give them that winning start to this tournament. Kavim Hodge just playing down the wrong line. Playing inside the line of that delivery. Well bowled by Mario Shepherd. Stuck to the line and length that you need to be bowling on this surface. Coffin Hodges back in the hut. The focus here now is on the two batters that did a brilliant job last year for the Volcanoes.
Just a correction, as we all try to acclimatize to this bonus point system, Kesrick mentioned that the Volcanoes can get the bonus point. They actually can't, because they've lost the second wicket. You can only lose one single wicket, but also have to score at above 6 runs and over, a runner ball, to ensure that one bonus point. But the Guyana Harpy Eagles very much on for that point. If they can get one more wicket, have some time to do it as well.
Do you think that the Harpy Eagles are actually thinking about it?
Yeah, definitely. It'll be in the minds of all teams, even if it's at the back of their minds. They'll be cognizant of it. Case like today, trying to face the 50 overs takes precedent when you're 6 or 7 down going into the last 10, but will be something for teams to aim at. Should be a couple. Again, Niall Smith getting pronounced movement off the surface. That came back a long way.
Sonny Lambris late on that one. Jack back a long way. Usually get that onto you faster than you think, Niall Smith. As I mentioned earlier, since his debut for Harpy Eagles, he has been developing really well. Very impressed with what he has done over the years for Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Tell you what, it's all happening out in the middle.
Again, that inward movement. Sonny Lambris have some thinking to do now. Gets that inward movement. And then he has that little leg cutter that he bowls that just hints a movement away from the right-hander.
I wonder how much this twilight phase, into the transition to lights, has a part to play in this ball doing this much. Seen it in India at the World Cup. That initial 10-over phase ball seems to do a lot for the seamers. End of 6, 43 for 2. Just seems like as the sun sets and the lights take full effect, ball tends to move around laterally for those opening seamers.
Short ball from Mario Shepherd. We've seen a bit of everything in this first 6.1 overs. Good attacking stroke play from the man on screen. Couple wickets falling as well, so good battle between bat and ball. But it's the first game of this CG United Super 50 Cup for both teams, so there will be a few nerves, a few kinks across both teams as they get into rhythm. As you heard from Matt Floyd earlier, teams now having a chance of playing minimum 7 matches as compared to being in 2 groups of 4. Another play and a miss. Shakira Salman, 2 wickets down. Of course, the season Johnson Charles. We haven't seen Andre Fletcher just yet. How critical is this partnership?
Oh, this is a very important partnership. These two were excellent for the Windward Island Volcanoes last year. Sunil Ambrose did score the most runs for this side. He averaged 56 last season.
Straight to the fielder. Cries of catch him from a few Guyana Harpy Eagles fielders.
And they all wanted Gulukesh Moti to come in and attempt to take the catch. It was hit pretty flat though. Got to him quite quickly. Ali Atanaz taking on that shorter delivery again.
Ambrose does well. After a few flutters, he gets on top of the bounce, finds the gap. This will do his confidence a whole lot of good.
Another short delivery from Romario Shepherd. This one getting pretty high. But Sunil Ambrose getting into position early enough. He seemed to have more than enough time to hit that one to the left of the deep fine leg fielder.
Goes to his fuller length. Change from Romario Shepherd, just conceding 5 from that over, 48 for 2. Not a massive required rate for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Still needing a further 182 runs from 43 overs. As the artificial lights take effect here at the Brown Lara Cricket Academy. Sweetly timed. Deep point. Would not have had a chance because this guy, he's been timing the ball so good. Fine shot by Atenez.
Makes it look so easy every time he's given that room outside off stump. He's able to transfer that weight onto the back foot. That boundary brings up the 50 for the Windward Island Volcanoes in just the 8th over.
And even better, my goodness, just oozing class. Alex Atenez showing his full range of stroke. First off a short delivery and then off an over pitch one.
Nell Smith overcompensating a little. But to a guy who is seeing the ball like this, it's way too easy. It's perhaps the shot of the day so far, Darian. Just getting that way, going behind the ball, all the way along the ground to the long off boundary.
What you see when you focus on Alex Atenez and his technical approach to batting, you see that economy of movement. Has a nice backlift, which is uncomplicated, which allows him to time the ball properly and access the ball both through the offside and through the onside. Doesn't try to step out of his comfort zone in terms of his movement. So his head, hands, and front foot quite in alignment. There again, commits himself to the stroke, and he will get another boundary. So that ability to pick length too, so critical in his effective stroke play that we've seen.
We're also seeing good manipulation of the field. There's no one in front of square on the leg side, so he knows that's pretty much a free hit. Just given the length, he's able to capitalize.
He doesn't try to overstride into the ball when it's full, allows the ball to come to him, so he hits the ball under his eye line despite not having a big front foot stride. Two is a call, didn't quite time it. Already 12 runs from the over, make that 15 with one delivery remaining.
This is the problem for Guyana Harpy Eagles. Even though they've taken 2 wickets, the bowlers are quite expensive. Nell Smith, just 1 ball shy of his 4th over. He's already gone for 38 runs. So questions being asked of Captain Veerasamy Permaul.
Stifle appeal, might be a chance for run out, direct hit. Will keep that square leg umpire interested. Umpire Bassarat searches for assistance. TV umpire Gregory Brathwaite will review. Shakira Selman, the dive probably saving Sunil Ambrose on this occasion.
Exactly the type of desperation you want to see. He knows how important his wicket is. Not out. The decision. That's the end of the 8th over. 63 for 2.
Yeah, once more just looking at his partner. Ambling down the pitch, Sunil Ambrose, creating a crisis for himself. Last over was a productive one for Windward Islands Volcanoes. All 3 boundaries coming off the bat of Alex Atenez in 3 different parts of the ground, showing his repertoire of strokes. A young left-hander from Dominica, the Nature Isle.
It looks as though Kevin St. Clair, the off-spinner, will be introduced into the attack. Guyana Harpy Eagles will be hoping he can at least slow the scoring. Perhaps prize a wicket or 2. He is coming into this tournament on the back of a very good inter-county championship. Got 7 for 15 from 9.5 overs and 1 encounter against Demerara, playing for Berbice. Made a very good impact with the bat. But this is his primary skill.
Sinclair will be bowling to the left-handed Atenes. There is a first slip, so generally speaking, he will try to turn the ball to beat the outside edge. Still only 2 deep fielders. And Atenes finds the gap through that deep third region. Gets 4, puts pressure straight away on Sinclair.
And Atenes dealing in boundaries. It's his 7th boundary so far. Just a bit too much room outside off stump. He's able to get that to the left of the slip fielder and somehow still evade the fielder at backward point.
So in that first innings, that Kenneth Demba, right-arm off-spinner for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, he was introduced in the 15th over. Very different approach by Guyana. Introduction of spin into the 9th over. Surely sliding down with the angle. Always challenging for a left-handed batter. Shakira Selman from an off-spinner bowling round the wicket.
Good use of the feet there by Ali Atenes. But yeah, they just have to be careful with the line they play. The off spinners will be looking to angle the ball into the left-hander and then spin it away. Long on a deep mid wicket in place for the right-handers Sunil Ambrose. Slip still being employed. Remember, this ball is still fairly new, so might not turn as much.
Two is the call. Nice opening of the blade by Ambrose. So ball turning into him as a right-hander. You look at his setup, you can sense that he favors scoring to the off-spinner on the onside. His bat face quite close. Seven from the first over from Sinclair, 70 for 2 after 9. Volcanoes worm just racing away from that green Guyana Harpy Eagles rate of scoring. What will be critical is when the captain introduces himself as one of the 2 left-arm spin options. 2 spin options that are quite attacking in nature. You think of Gudakesh Moti, who had a very good CPL, had a superb test match against Zimbabwe in February earlier this year. It's gone for seam, Shafeen Rutherford. Another option with pace on the ball to try and prize wickets.
Yeah, they will be hoping that Shafeen Rutherford can do what Shadrach Descartes was able to do for the Volcanoes. Descartes got 2 for 25 from 8 overs. So they will be hoping that Rutherford can get a few wickets and slow the scoring. But Darian, I'm a bit more interested as to when your Sami Pramal will introduce Gudakesh Moti He's been very good recently, and there he is. Perhaps he'll be looking to roll over the arms just to signal to his captain that he's ready for a bowl.
Stroked away through that cover region. He will get 4. Graceful batting on that occasion from Athens. There wasn't that pure aggression that we've seen earlier. Gets to his 50. What a landmark. What a start to his CG United Super 50 Cup 2023.
Elegant as ever. Not too much wrong with delivery, but the ball just seems to be sliding onto the box, so he's able to just lean into that.
Great stop, great effort in the field. Romario Shepherd putting his body on the line, taking the dive out, saving a couple runs. Martinez looking in ominous form, leading this run chase, already 78 for 2. We haven't completed the first power play. And pulled wide of that fielder in mid-on. He's in full control of this innings, Athens. Too short a delivery, once more from Rutherford.
Yeah, just too short by Rutherford. And at this pace, it's going to be easy pickings for an informed Ali Athens. A vacant mid-wicket area, and he's able to find that boundary with such ease. He moves on to 57 from just 37 deliveries.
Just over the fielder, or maybe there was a chance. Struck with fierce power. It was flat. Maybe a better timing of the jump could have produced a wicket for Guyana.
Good occasion mode, he should have done better on the square leg boundary. Another short delivery. Just seems to be a bit too far off. And you wonder if he needed to be so far off the boundary for a guy who's hitting the ball like this. Nonetheless, it's 18 from that Sheriff Rutherford over. And Windward Volcanoes 88 for 2 at the end of the first power play.
This partnership 48 from 31. Guess what, Sunil Ambrose? He's only contributed 9. He's played his part. Looked a little bit nervous in his time at the crease. His running between the wickets, a little bit questionable. The drastic contrast, I beg your pardon, between both teams in power play 1.
Island Volcanoes have raced off to a commanding position, primarily because of this youngster on screen, Ali Athens. 63 runs off 38 deliveries. He's hit 9 boundaries and 2 sixes already.
The start, of course, places a little more pressure on Versamy Pamal, and the way he goes about his bowling changes as captain. Here is that ripper. So it will plant a seed in the mind of Alec Athens. Prodigious turn on that occasion from round the wicket.
Again, that angle proving so valuable.
Yeah, talk about the pressure on Versame Pomal. You look at this Guyana 11. You see two out-and-out seam options which have been tried, but despite those options, 50 partnership between these two. Major contributor, that being Atenez. So he has to find a way of interweaving his spin options with his pace options on this surface. There is turn, we saw that in the last couple deliveries. Can't wait too long to introduce himself, Captain Pomal and Moti.
The turn should encourage him, but also the fact that the last time Gudakesh Moti played a 50-over game here, he got 1 for 38 from 10 overs, while West Indies bowlers were taking a beating.
Terrific stroke. The sweep shot comes out, hitting with the turn Sunalambres, as expected. Making use of that positive matchup for himself. 11 gone, 94 for 2. Match number 2 unfolding in this CG United Super 50 Cup. Windward Volcanoes in pursuit of 230. That's their target for a win. Anthony is well set on 64 from 41. His 4th list day half century. And here's the man, Gudakesh Moti. Given the ball, has to come up trumps for his team with wickets. What you can expect from him, of course, is pace variation and that ability to turn the ball. He'll probably use a wicket-to-wicket line. And he's welcome with a boundary. Starts with the straight line, but Atenez straight away sweeps from off stump.
I was just taking a look around at the field, knowing how well Atenez sweeps. There is no fielder behind square on the leg side. Is a positive matchup to the left-handed Atenez. He shows his awareness, continues to show that repertoire. That forces a change in field. The fielder at long off comes into the circle. Immediately there's a deep backward square. It's just asking him to hit the ball in different areas. And I like this because if he's going to hit the ball over mid-off, he has to go against the spin.
The other thing you can expect from Martinez is that reverse sweep. Saw that in the test match against India on debut just before break. He wasn't afraid to play the reverse sweep, which surprised many on that occasion. So he's quite confident with both the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep, which adds to the pressure when you're a spinner bowling to this batter.
And he was able to do that on a very challenging surface. And against two of the best in the world, in Ashwin and Jadeja. It's something that I know Coach Darren Sammy was very happy about. He wants to see more batters being proactive, being creative. And that's the 100 up with that single. 100 for 2 in 11.4 overs. Second 50 coming in just 27 deliveries. Windward Island Volcanoes continuing to dominate.
Brilliant stop from Niall Smith, diving away to his right. Saved a short boundary. Another nice piece of timing from Martinez.
It's what the Volcanoes did well. The fielders supported the bowlers excellently. And that's a good diving save with Niall Smith.
One on one for two. Two wickets falling when the score was 35 and 40 respectively. Not the most appropriate response from the bowler, Sinclair. Martinez rightfully not happy about that response.
Senior statesman Sunil Ambrose, perhaps just telling him to stay calm.
And desperate for a wicket at this stage, the partnership swelling. Now 61 from 45. Remember, there's still a fair amount of batting in this Windward Islands Volcanoes team. Andre Fletcher's still there.
Three dots to start the over. So good start from St. Clair.
Is that an outside edge? No, says the umpire. Just trying to cut one that ended a little too close for his liking.
Yeah, and that's the pressure from those three dots. No need to feel pressured. But he's looking to score. Very good from St. Clair. Now the question is, can he get out of the over? Can he close it off? Give away a boundary the last ball of his previous over. Can he close it out?
Gone for the sweep shot. Releases the pressure, as is often the case with Martinez, and executes well. A boundary to end the over, which looked like a good one. And it's now time for a Blue Waters drinks break.
Stop. Come back over.
What a start by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Massive contrast between their top order and Guyana's top order, and mainly thanks to one man, Alec Athanaze, 74 not out of 50 deliveries. He looks like he's batting on a different pitch to everyone else. A bit of width early on. He has been classy off front and back foot through the offside. He's very quick on the pull. That was Brian Lara-esque, the way that he threw his hands at that. Everything seems to be hitting the middle of the bat at the moment. Pulls, straight drives, shots behind point on the offside. He's played the spin very well as well. He's swept a couple of times early on in Moti's spell. And that's what the Guyana bowlers have done. They've been quite expensive at the moment. They have picked up 2 wickets, but the Windward's well ahead of the game. 105 for 2 off just 13 overs, chasing 230. So the required rate is just 3.38 from here. As long as they keep wickets in hand, they should get there. Now, tickets for the West Indies v England CG United ODI and T20 series are now available to buy via the Windies ticket service presented by MasterCard. Fans can save by buying in advance at tickets.windiescricket.com. The 20% saving is already included in the online ticket prices. So make sure you get involved for that. It should be some occasion. 5 T20s and 3 ODIs in December. We'll be coming to Trinidad as well. Barbados, Antigua, Grenada, the other venues. So here's Moti. Shinal Ambrose, who's also played well, moved on to 16 off 19. But really, Sir Curtly, it's been all about one man. What a stunning knock.
He certainly is that kind of player, Alec Athanaze. Very positive-minded. Not afraid to go for his shots without taking too many risks. He's a positive young man. And with this kind of start, I'm quite sure he's looking to get a century.
Again, he's sweeping. Swept Moti first ball, actually, didn't he? Got him away behind square. Then they changed the field to cut that shot off. But he's just shown ability all around the pitch. Looks in incredibly fluent mood at the moment. And that's all Sunil Ambrose needs to do with Athanaze in that form. Just keep getting him on strike.
Started off a bit shaky, Sunil Ambrose, but he has settled down quite nicely and giving good support to Athanaze.
There's quite a bit of hype around Athanaze at the moment. Made his Test and ODI debut this year. Looked very comfortable in his first Test innings. And at the moment, he's very much living up to the hype. 108 for 2. Big difference between the two worms. The red worm well ahead of the green worm at the moment. Again, the scoreboard ticks along. It has been very noticeable, hasn't it? Contrast in approaches from the top orders.
Makes you wonder if it's the same surface the Volcanoes are batting on. It was very slow progress from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They struggled to 229.
Oh, is that a chance? He's not got it. He's toe-ended it. Straight to Hetmeyer. Would you believe it? Just when he's looking so good, Alec Athanaze, he makes one mistake and he's gone.
And that's what it takes one mistake and you could lose your wicket. He did that. Looks to me like he was trying to go more extra cover. Got the toe end of the bat and picked out Shimon Maya at the long off position. Kevin Sinclair is happy. Finally got that big wicket of Alec Atenez. That brilliant innings has come to an end. He's gone for 75. Windward Islands Volcanoes 109 for 3.
No Andre Fletcher, the captain, keeping himself in reserve. It's Tevin Walcott in at number 5. 19 innings, averaging 16, yet to make 50. Wicketkeeper for the Windwards, originally from Barbados.
And the reason Walcott is here,
Well, a bit of turn there. Did he get any bat on that? Might have been buys. Well fielded in the end. Synchronized diving over the boundary. Love it. I think he's given runs. So a little tickle. He's off the mark. Turning down leg. I think that's what the umpire is thinking.
Keep going, Siki, keep going. Keep going, boys.
they were very vociferous in their appeal. Might just be drifting down the leg side. Kevin Sinclair was convinced.
Bowling at a good pace now, finding grip is Sinclair, and he's got the breakthrough, much needed, 112 for 3. Athenaeus, 75 of 55 balls, has lit up this competition. The CG United Super 50 Cup. In its very first game, the Windward Islanders now well ahead of the game. They need to keep wickets in hand. If they do that, they should get there, but this is a dangerous Guyana bowling attack, particularly the spinners, Morty and Sinclair. Oh, is that possible caught and bowl chance? Just short of Moti. Can he find the same grip that Sinclair has been finding?
And you also have Viosami Pamal, the skipper, to come as well. So even though the Volcanoes are well ahead of the 8 ball, it's not over as yet.
Close to cut that. They're going to come through for a single. Yeah, it's an interesting attack they've got, isn't it? 2 left-arm spinners and an off spinner. It's a very spin-heavy. Just the 3 seamers, of which Sheffield Rutherford is one. Does feel like the ball is just zipped around a little bit under lights, both the seamers and the spinners. A little bit of grip, but it zipped around onto the middle of Athanas's bat largely.
Certainly did. He looked to be in ominous form. Can't even get the word right now, Matt.
It was an ominous word to try and get out.
Yeah, but he looked to be in supreme form, young Athanas.
Tight over, just one from it, 113 for 3. Confusion. They thought about a single there. Well, Ambrose did. He was sent back. Last thing they need now is a run out. Still on top of the game here, the Windwards. No need to panic at all.
Bowling a lot quicker, a lot flatter, Kevin Sinclair. He is getting some purchase as well.
That's loose. Well down leg side and put away by Walcott. Bit of a freebie, really.
Certainly was. A badly lined delivery from Sinclair, and it was quick and flat as well. Walcott just got enough bat in it and swept it away for 4.
So 15 fours and 3 sixes in this innings already. Took much longer for Guyana to hit 15 fours in their innings.
And we're in the middle of the 17th over. So that's a high percentage of boundaries so far.
Well, if they keep going, of course, in these middle overs, they should pick up a bonus point up until the 40th over. What do they need to be on at that point? 210. And that means you should have a bonus point effectively. As long as you don't lose too many wickets. You can only lose one more.
Nothing.
Just positioned a man there. It's actually Pomal himself, who's essentially a short mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket. He's almost right in the line of long on. Pomal.
So he's more like a mid-on position, more than a straightish mid-wicket. Very interesting.
Yeah, you're right. The fielder in the deep is over his right shoulder. 118 for 3. 112 needed off 33 overs. Oh, up and over. Doesn't get much of that, though. It's just a single. I think initially he was thinking of going over cover, but was deceived slightly by the lack of pace. No need to take too many risks at this stage, the Windwards.
Certainly don't need to. They're way ahead of the required rate. And we all know this beautiful game of cricket. You lose a wicket or two now, and then you never know. Panic could set in, and then the whole game could change. So it's very important that both Walcott and Ambrose just keep the nerve, keep their calm. Nothing out of the ordinary. They don't need to.
Yeah, there are singles around. As you can see here, the field is quite spread. The reason they're in this position is because Athenaeus was so aggressive early on that he's given them this luxury. It's amazing what difference one batter can make with a scintillating knock like that in a low-scoring game. Now they hold all the cards, the Windward Islands. Conversely, Guyana need wickets. They're not going to be able to restrain the Windwards within 50 overs, so they're going to have to bowl them out. Simple as that. Oh, that's bowled him. There's a wicket. Fantastic delivery from Gunakesh Moti. Just skidded right on through bat and pad.
That's exactly what Gunakesh Moti and the Guyana Harpy Eagles are looking for, right through the gate. That was a good delivery. Ambrose played all around it. He has got to go. He's gone for 19. Windward Island Volcanoes 121 for 4.
The skipper walks to the crease. Vastly experienced Andre Fletcher. 106 innings in list day cricket. Average a bit low. He's got 22 as an average. He does have 850s and 100. And lots of T20 pedigree as well. He's got 3 T20 hundreds. And the response from the Guyana captain is to bring himself on. It's a fantastic record. 223 wickets in his format. Wanted to get on with it as well.
They reckon they're still in the game. They are a good team. The Guyana Harpy Eagles got some good bowlers as well. As we mentioned a few moments ago, Matt, a couple of wickets could really send a bit of panic through the Volcanoes batting lineup.
Yeah, especially if they get one more here. Get one of these senior players out. This is why Fletcher is at the crease. It's a really clever bit of bowling, I think. It almost seamed in a little bit. Just clever. Slider, I guess, arm ball. And big gap between bat and pad, you have to say, of Sunil Ambrose. All of a sudden, Guyana will just have a bit of a spring in their step here. It was getting away from them in this game at 109 for 2, and Athenaeus there. Now, just a different ball game.
play down the wrong line, Sunil Lambris. I was really stretching too far forward. Should have played it a bit later. It's going to be very important that these two, both Walcott and Andre Fletcher, the skipper, to build a good partnership here. Because they're still a long way off. Still 106 runs to get. They've got the overs, so that's not an issue. But if they keep losing wickets, you could be in some trouble. They need a partnership now.
Not really a familiar position for Andre Fletcher either, is it? He likes the new ball. He likes it coming on, particularly in T20 cricket or T10. This is a very different scenario with spin at both ends. Required rate is very much in hand. Just need to keep the wickets in hand.
Nothing. Nice.
Certainly a different situation for him. Can't recall seeing him batting numbers this low. Number 6 for any team.
Captain's prerogative, isn't it? He wants to come in at 6. 124 for 4. Devin Walcott has been joined by his captain, Andre Fletcher. Not a whole load of batting to come after them. Gudakesh Moti in good form at the moment. He was probably the best bowler for the West Indies in the ODI series against India. Man in possession at the moment. The spin berth in the white ball side. Good Yorker.
Something that you don't see that often, especially from Moti. Had a good CPL as well, just concluded a couple of weeks ago. And of course, the Guyana Amazon Warriors walked away with the crown, beating the Trinbago Red Force convincingly. But Force didn't show up really.
He's mixing his pace up really nicely here. Of course, if Guyana manage to win this tournament, then they will be the holders of the 4-day trophy, the 50-over trophy, and the T20. It's just quicker and flatter. We wondered if that was the first time it had been done. Apparently it isn't, according to Richard Ostatma.
Has never been done before.
Oh, just short, I think. Don't think that carried to Shimron Hetmeyer at cover. We'll have a little look at that. 126 for 4. Let's have a little look here. Just short. We'll put that down as a fantastic save. Tipped it round the post. Yeah, good effort by Shimron Hetmeyer. Just didn't get to him. That one would have been a spectacular catch. That's a good ball. just straightened a bit. Slight leading edge from Fletcher. So you and I, Curtly, both thought that if Guyana win this tournament, they will be the first side to own all 3 trophies, 3 titles, as it were. We were both wrong.
Were we?
We were. Richard Isaacs has set us straight. Apparently, it's been done once before.
By whom?
Well, 2013-14, according to Richard, Barbados at one point had won all 3 trophies.
That I did know. I must admit.
Hey, sharpen. You gotta come a bit this way.
Well, first job for Guyana is to win the first game before they talk about winning trophies. And at the moment, you'd say they're second favourites, but wicket or 2, again, changes things.
Well, you did say 2013-14. That's a long time ago. When you get to my age, you know, then you don't quite, your memory goes as well.
But you remember the 90s very well, don't you? Big single, going to get there comfortably in the end. Fumbled out in the infield, just 2 off the over. 129 for 4.
Bit of a decrease in the run rate. Last 5 overs. Won't be any concern though for the Volcanoes. Well set to get this 230 and pick up a win in their first game of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Captain Andre Fletcher out in the middle. Shakira Selman alongside me. And a tense Volcanoes dugout watching.
And the reason they're tense is because this perhaps is the last recognized peer. There obviously is Shadrach Deskert coming into this tournament on the back of some runs, but they will want these 2 to take the game as deep as possible. Well ahead of the scoring rate, as you pointed out. But they wouldn't want to lose any more wickets too soon.
This is now the 5th over of this bowling partnership. Monty and Promal, the 2 left-arm spinners, Shakira. They've only scored 10 runs the last 29 deliveries, but of course they can afford this. That start from Athenaeus, it shows you the value of using that power play, maximizing the first 10. End of the 22nd over. Another tight one, just 3 from it. 132 for 4. Seamers have been on the expensive side. 3 spin options. Expect them to do the majority of the bowling for the Harpy Eagles in this tournament. Two is the call. Will be 1. You know, we talked a lot about Athena's Shakira. How much do you think other teams can look at that first 10 overs and the approach and employ that, especially when they bat under the lights, ball comes on a touch better?
Yeah, Lily go to the gap there, man. Yes, man.
Wicket. Pressure and persistence pays off for Sammy Pramal and the spin attack of Guyana. Game on, you know.
Now this is exactly what the Windward Island Volcanoes wouldn't have wanted. And it's a pretty innocuous delivery from Sammy Pramal. Perhaps held in the surface a tad. And that's the reason Tevin Walker was through the shot a bit early. He goes for 16 from 24 balls. He had a start, but he gave it away. Windward Island Volcanoes 133 for 5.
Shadrach Descartes from St. Lucia. Very young in his list day career, but we did see him in the recently concluded Caribbean Premier League where he impressed many. His exuberant stroke play. He didn't spend too much time at the crease last season, but struck at 100, so likes to get a move on, likes to play his strokes.
This will be a very important innings for him. Did mention he's coming into this tournament on the back of some runs. Scored 150 in that Windward Island tournament. A bit of fielding, and all of a sudden the energy in the field has gone up. The Saints that they're backing with a chance. I haven't forgotten your question, Nikhil. And I think lots of teams will try to take advantage of that power play with the harder ball. Only 2 fielders outside of the circle. Off the mark, drive down to long off. Just getting back to that answer. Not just because it gives them the opportunity to get a bonus point, but also because it makes it so much easier to just work around the ball in those middle overs. Less pressure to try to score quickly. Atenes did it well. He set the tone for the rest of the tournament.
A crucial wicket in the over for Captain Pramal. Game on, 135 for 5. 14th over of spin consecutively in this second innings. Don't think it'll matter too much about the pitch and what it offers. Guyana will bowl a lot of spin in this tournament. It's the way their side is constructed. Chance. That was a chance. Pramod was positioned at a very unorthodox extra cover behind the stumps, right there for that stroke.
Yeah, nicely tossed up by Gudakesh Moti, and it seemed to have carried to him. Oh, it just carried, and they will be disappointed. It was a big opportunity. It was the opposing captain, Andre Fletcher. Gudakesh Moti did dismiss Fletcher the last time these two teams played.
And there will be some haunting memories creeping in the back of the mind of Andre Fletcher, the captain. Similar, very similar to today. His bowlers did superbly well a season ago here at Taruba. Restricted the Harpy Eagles to 190, but only could manage 129. Lost the game, which cost them a place in the playoffs.
Fletcher himself did come a bit late, but at 6 in this innings. He has a job to do. Just one from the over. Windward Island Volcanoes 136 for 5.
Quite the contrast. Athanaze is at the crease. Raced to 88 after the first 10 overs as soon as he's been dismissed. Harpy Eagles have applied serious pressure to their captain Versami Pramod, Gudakesh Moti and Kevin St. Clair, the 3 spinners. I feel like the runs required Shakira has been in the 90s forever. 46 balls now since the last boundary.
Again, signifying the importance of that start by Ali Atanis. But this has been a problem in West Indies cricket for a while. Whenever it's slow bowling, I'm not even going to say spin, whenever it's slow bowling, just seems to trouble West Indian batters.
Do you think the surface has been conducive for the spin?
We've seen a few balls grip and turn. But nothing prodigious enough or consistent enough to trouble the batters. I think it's just a deficiency against spin. Another reason for that bonus point in the middle overs. Whilst Bascom and Darren Sami would know that those are the overs where lots of spin is bowled. They will know that that's a reason that West Indian batters are unable to score at the rate at which other teams are scoring.
Keep an eye on Shadrach Deskar because he's flexing that left leg. As soon as he struck that drive a couple of deliveries ago, seemed to be struggling. Remember, he bowled an 8-over spell, picked up a couple wickets. I don't know if his cramps signaling to the camp, the dugout, for some treatment. Very tentative in the middle so far. Game on a knife edge at the moment. 138 for 5. It's really been a roller coaster ride in what is match 2 of the CG United Super 50 Cup. It was a really good start for the Volcano bowlers, kept things tight. Bit of a fight back from Guyana towards the back end of the innings, got 71 in that last 10. And then an onslaught via the bat of Alec Athenaeus, 75 from just 55 deliveries. But since it will be a return for Kevin St. Clair, so Gudakesh Moti comes out of the attack. Interesting because Moti's their wicket taker, but he's already completed 7 of his overs, and they've got the left hand at the crease, so can spin the ball away.
Kevin St. Clair was able to pick up a wicket in his first spell. 5 overs for 26. That spell, and he's back because of the left-handed discard. What this does do, though, Nikhil, is it perhaps presents an opportunity for Andreas Fletcher to get into a bit of rhythm. And also the skirt to an extent because of the pace at which Kevin St. Clair operates. He bowls a lot faster than Gudakesh Moti.
It's going to be a barrage of spin. Tomal's still got 6 overs on hand. St. Clair will have 4 after this, Moti 3. So they will have to score against his spin. It's not like they can just see it out and wait for Shepherd and now Smith. No real Jew factor as yet. Again, off the surface. Jew has played a part here at Tarouba at times, but not the hottest of days today, so don't think it will come in. Again, there was something off the surface there, some purchase. Fletcher able to mitigate it and get a few extra as well. Good thinking, good awareness. End of the 26th over. 143 for 5. Very economical from the spin of the Guyana Harpy Eagles, making this chase quite difficult for the Volcanoes, who pulled so well to restrict Guyana to just 229 for 9 in the 50 overs. Last 10 overs, they've only scored 30 runs and have lost the 2 wickets. Came down the pitch. Probably what saved him in the end.
Yeah, that one turning past the leg stump. But there is turn on offer. These left arm spinners will continue to cause problems.
Oh, lovely, lovely, Leggy, lovely, Leggy!
Here's Simon Pramal leading the Guyana Harpy Eagles, this year.
Oh!
He will want to contribute to the team going 2 steps further. He will also want better returns this season. Last season, he only got 4 wickets in total. Got 4 wickets for 294 runs last season, so he will be hoping to get more wickets. He started very well for his team.
Good ledge.
And even if it's not him, Shakira, as captain, his job would be to motivate someone else. Last season, the biggest issue they faced was no help for Gudakesh Moti, who took 14 wickets. Pramal and St. Clair together only took a combined 10. Can it be Shepherd? Can it be Niall Smith? Captain Pramal, or even St. Clair, who continues to grow in confidence and develop? Someone else needs to help Gudakesh Moti. Confident, very confident. Is Andre Fletcher struggling? Outside the crease as of now, may just get back in. They were very confident. The Harpy Eagles took off straight away. Can understand why with that foot outside of the crease, but given not out. Time for a drinks break. We need it. A lot has happened. 1-4-4 for 5. The Blue Waters drinks break, that is. Innings of 2 halves. It was a dominant start in the first power play. The Volcanoes got up to 88 thanks to Alec Afanese, but since his wicket, it has been pressure and a barrage of spin bowling, with Captain Andre Fletcher still battling in the middle. Wickets to fall so far, Shakira Salmon. Charles was the first to go.
And Charles was taking a liking to Niall Smith, but he was able to revert the pressure getting him out with a leg cutter. Kevin Hodge playing down the wrong lane and giving Romario Shepherd the wicket. But this was the big wicket. Ali Atten is trying to go inside out over extra cover.
Monty bowled the arm ball through the gate of Ambrose, and the last wicket to fall, Tevin Walcott caught at cover. So spin overs still remaining. Sinclair has 4, Morty 3, Pramod 5. Don't move a muscle. 86 runs will feel like a mountain to climb for the Volcanoes, especially if they lose one more wicket. Still Shamar Springer to come. Alec Afanese was a standout, but this has been the issue for the Volcanoes, especially last season. He got those 200s, they won convincingly. When he didn't, just 19 runs he contributed in those losses, and they struggled. So can they find a way with these two in the middle to win this game? Sinclair continuing. What a grab that is! Could that be a turning point in this game?
Sharon Hetmeyer. He moves like lightning in the outfield, and he makes it look so easy. This car choosing to go down the ground a few meters to the left of Hetmeyer, but he gets there so quickly, and he's able to take a diving catch to his left. What a spectacular catch. And this is another opening. This carrot struggles for just 5 from 16 deliveries. Volcanoes in trouble at 144 for 6.
Pressure is on. Significant pressure in the middle at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Shamar Springer on Windward Island's debut comes to the middle. Had a decent year with bat in hand for the Pride a season ago. The start straight after that Blue Waters drinks break, trying to take it on Shakira Salman.
Yeah, and how often have we seen this? 2 balls after the drinks break, and he chooses to take on the long off fielder. But he chose the wrong fielder. Sharon Hetmeyer very good in the outfield.
He's placed that in the gap well. Captain Fletcher. First boundary in 11 overs.
This one over pitched by Kevin Sinclair. Just 4 fielders on the offside at that point, and he's able to find the cover boundary easily. That boundary forced a change in the field. Before that ball, there was a bat pad. He's come out, he's gone to backward point now. So more conventional field.
Five from the over, 149 for 6. how the game can change in the span of 10 overs. Similar stage, the Harpy Eagles were going slowly, but they had wickets in hand. They were 106 for 4 after 28 overs. Volcanoes well ahead in terms of the runs, but they've lost 2 additional wickets from all continuing. Shakira, something Pramod did early on when the spinners were in operation early. He had only 3 fielders outside the circle, was using an additional fielder inside the circle for that added bit of pressure. Can it be something he can employ now, or is it too much of a risk?
I'd say he can employ it, especially to the new batsman, Ian Shamar Springer. And it's more about perceived pressure than actual pressure. You're well ahead of the scoring rate. If you just bring in that extra fielder, maybe they'll be forced. Maybe they'll be forced into thinking they have to go over the top. So it just asks different questions of the batters. Volcanoes, on the other hand, will hope that Fletcher knows they're not under any pressure at all.
Something that Karen Pollard does and talks a lot about. Having that fielder close, catching, sailing it off, creates, you mentioned perceived pressure. Brilliant, because it creates an illusion that things are happening. He's got to slip in place, a man right in his eye line. Just wonder if he needs that deep cover fielder. Haven't seen too many deliveries go there. 50 coming up beginning of this over. .151 for 6.
Momentum at the moment firmly with the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Look, the red worm is well on its way back towards the green line. Morty back into the attack. And it's been all about spin. This is very much trial by spin for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. At the moment, they are struggling. Varied their pace really well. The Guyana spinners, wily campaigners. Their attack is definitely built around the 3 spinners. Today they're delivering. Windwards have gone from 109 for 3 in the 15th over to 152 for 6 in the 30th. It's the one that goes straight on, the one that did for Sunil Ambris. Kesrick Williams alongside me. Of course, a die-hard Windward Islands man. It's a nice pad around the corner. No one behind square on the leg side. They'll come back for 2. Kesrick, you're not sitting as comfortably as you were a few overs ago.
I would let you know that I'm very comfortable. The seats here, the commentary boxes, really soft. So I'm not too bothered. Not really surprised either the position of the game with these spinners that the Guyana team possess.
It's worth mentioning as well that Guyana are just 1 wicket away from a bonus point here. They get 1 more wicket. That'll be 5 wickets in the middle overs. Power play 2 from overs 10 to 40. It's exactly what the Windward Islands bowlers did. They took 5 in that middle session. It's in the gap. Lovely cover drive, flowing from the Windward Islands skipper. Second time he's played that shot.
We need to see him continue in this mode. Lovely shot by the Spiceman, as you call him in this part of the world. He's known as the Spiceman all around the world. Lovely shot from him. We need him to get into that mood. Obviously, Guyana will have different plans. This is the end of the over. It's 159 for 6.
Yeah, he's a seasoned campaigner, isn't he, the Spiceman? Doesn't normally bat at number 6. Likes the new ball, but he's doing a good job for his side at the moment. There you can see the middle overs, 5 wickets for the Windward Islands. That got them the bonus point. 1 more wicket for Guyana. They will equal them a bonus point each in this match.
Not really surprised that the skipper is batting at that position. He's sort of a team man, and he'll do anything that the team requires. He's there now. We would like to see him stay there and take his team home as a skipper, play that skipper role.
Yeah, it's only 70 to win. This is what's to come for the Windward Islands. What have they got left, Keswick?
Still a bit of batting there. Ryan John, it's genuine all-rounder. Kenneth Demba is very good with the bat as well. So there's a lot of batting to come.
Nothing.
Still can't take anything for granted though. With this spin bowling attack that the Guyana has, it's gonna be hard to really score.
Well, I suppose the decision is, can they see off the 2 left-arm spinners, for example? 2 left for Moti, 3.2 overs left for Pomal, and still have plenty of time to get to their target. That's an option. Well played.
That should be what the skipper is looking at. Try to get these spinners off.
Need some dogged batting from Windward Islands from here. He's safely off the pitch now, that intruder. .31 overs gone, 161 for 6. And the required rate hasn't really moved over the last few overs. It's been hovering around about 3.5. Will they push for 2? No, just 1. Hetmeyer does the fielding, and he's been very good in the field so far today. Couple of catches. This was the best of them to get rid of Descartes. Had to move very quickly. Got his hands low. A good celebration as well. Almost like a mic drop. He said he throws it up in the air first.
He's a big guy, but he's so good around the boundary edges.
Good celebration, that one, but always wanted to ask you this, Keswick. I'll do it after this ball. Get a grip there. We'll see some good celebration from Dennis Bulai, and Javor Royale. But what was this one all about?
It was all about putting people in that notebook. It's packed with a lot of players. As we will say in the Caribbean, I have a few big fish in that book as well. It's just a celebration that I came up with. I mean, a lot of people think that I plan these stuff, but the type of player that enjoy my cricket, so just happened.
It's definitely unique. Oh, chance just wide of Moti. Don't think he got any hands on that one. Again, it was tossed up beautifully.
What I really like about Moti is his variation that he uses. Sometimes he bowls that one behind the crease. Such a talent. Kirikish Moti.
Not a bad over that for the Windwards. 4 singles, 165 for 6. The problem Guyana have is, as good as they've been in the last few overs, and particularly the spinners, because it's quite a low target, and because of that Athena's innings, still only 65 needed. They need to keep taking wickets. They're going to have to bowl out the Windwards.
This is the only way they can see a victory here. Taking all these wickets. Still wondering how long he's gonna continue to spin, because the fast bowlers, it's a bit expensive.
Oh, lovely, 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 legend.
It's not quite as noisy as it was a few minutes ago. It got very chirpy, Guyana, when they started taking those wickets, but they keep chipping off these runs required. So I just get quieter and quieter.
That's the energy that wickets bring about.
Keep going here, boys. Keep working.
You'll always find
A lot of runs.
that little energy, that little kick whenever you get a wicket. But as soon as things get a little bit quiet, guys get a little bit quiet as well.
Second time he's played that shot. Should be an easy 2 here.
Inside, I mean.
Backward square comes around. Hemraj. So just keep chipping off the runs required here. 63 now. Pamal's only got 2.2 overs left, just 1 for Moti. So conceivably, these two could just milk those for 2 or 3 and over. Still be very much ahead of the game.
That would be smart cricket, seeing them off. The pace would come back, which would be a little bit easier to score off. So as a skipper, he's at the crease, so I'm sure in the back of his mind he would want to see them off, because they have been bowling really well. Spinners really had a trump card for these Guyana Harpy Eagles.
That wasn't too far away from the stumps, but it's been given a wide. That's an area that Shamar Springer wants to target. There's no one behind square on the leg side. Well, the backward square leg is just behind square, but that's it. There's no short fine leg. Springer wanted the single. Fletcher said no. 168 for 6. The Volcanoes, 38 runs ahead of where the Harpy Eagles were at this stage of the innings. They've lost one more wicket. But only 62 more from here, so you'd still probably rather be in their situation. This is interesting. Change in bowling. Chandrapal Hemraj.
With the way how the Windward Islands is playing now, I'm really surprised Hemraj has been introduced. Usually bowls a new ball. Sort of get that new ball to in swing. Never really saw him bowl in the middle, but with the way how things are going,
He's really tossed that one up. Well, you sense that Pamal feels that the only way they're going to win this is through spin. Could be two. And the first one hard. They're coming back for the second. Well run. There's that fitness coming into play again that you've been talking about, Kesrick, of the Windwards.
fit bunch of guys. As I was mentioning earlier, bringing in Hemraj here now to bowl a few overs. I guess the captain is trying to push it as deep as possible with his spinners. Shepherd, as we know, in the back end could be a handful.
Didn't quite get that, but they will get a single. Might want to think about blocking off that area at some point, Guyana, unless they're happy for Springer to continue trying to play it. So this is the problem that Pamal has. Sinclair's got 3 left, so he can go back to him. The 2 right-handers in there. Just 3 left for the 2 left-arm spinners, and then look how expensive the seamers have been. Oh, Smith almost 10 and over, Shepherd 6 and over. Rutherford's 1 over, went for 18.
That 1 over that Gurukish have could be used in the depth as well.
Well, by that point, there might be too late. They need to get wickets in the next few overs. Otherwise, these 2 could very easily ease the side to victory. Get another 30 runs or so, and you've broken the back of it.
Just wondering who he's going to bring on next. But if it...
He's running away towards the boundary. Another 2 runs. It's been a useful over for the chasers. 6 off the first 5 balls.
Just wondering if he's going to bring back himself at the top.
And another one. Scored off 5 of the 6 deliveries of Hemraj's first over. It goes for 7. 175 for 6. Now, this is a very interesting move. Sheffield Rutherford back into the attack. His first over got spanked by Athenaeus. 1 over went for 18. So he's gone back to Rutherford ahead of his senior seamers, Shepherd and Niall Smith. And he also could have gone back to Moti, bowled out Moti or himself or Kevin Sinclair. Why would he go to Rutherford here?
Rutherford is the type of bowler that use a lot of variation. So I'm thinking Bring in Rutherford here now. Ask him to use a lot of variation against these two batters who are hard-hitting batters. See if he can create that opportunity to get a wicket.
I wonder what Niall Smith and Shepherd are thinking, though. Both took a wicket. Smith was, granted, very expensive. But he's your man, isn't he, as far as seam bowling is concerned? He's the gun that they look to. Bowled well for West Indies in both the T20 International and ODI series against India. He's probably thinking, why am I bowling right now? Oh, that's why. That's an absolute jaffa from Rutherford. Into an appeal.
He also has the knack of taking wickets. Rutherford is a gem. Can't take him lightly. He has that variation as well. Guess this is a plan by the skipper to get him in early, get that variation going.
Well, we've not seen seam for a long time. Earlier in the day when the opening bowlers were on, the lights hadn't fully taken effect. Very dark now. So I wonder if the ball would just behave a little bit differently. It does seem like there's a little bit of dew out there.
Here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, usually a little bit easier to bat in the night. Ball comes on a little bit better. It's a bit easier to get going. Andrew Fletcher would want to stay there to the end, take his team home.
Short and wide. Fletcher was happy just to take the single there, didn't try to hit the ball too hard. Tickled fine, that's going to be a boundary. Shamar Springer's doing a good job for his side here. He moves on to 15. Runs required down to exactly 50. 180 for 6.
That's the thing about this level. You can't afford to get too straight. Guys at this level, you'll pay. Well played by Springer. Too straight there from Sherfin Rutherford. What you can get away with when you play the best games and your local games, you can't get away with it at this level.
Sinclair's back in. He's bowled really well. Couple of wickets. Found significant turn at times. Got the big wicket of Athenaeus. Got another left-hander in Deshkart. He's got 2 right-handers to bowl to now. They need another wicket. Pretty sharpish here, Guyana. Big shot from Fletcher into the gap as well. It's right out the middle, that one.
Love that shot. It's a fella that play all around the ground. Right. Who would want to cherish this opportunity of spinner bowling to line up that leg side. Ball coming into him.
Yeah, and there's a big gap, isn't there, between long on and deep backward square leg. It's dragged down. Not a great start this by Sinclair.
Sinclair a bit more faster through the air. Faster than Kishmoti and Versami Palmal. So he's probably a bit easier to pick off. It's gone wrong. The wicket now to Springer.
Yeah, Shamar Springer played for Barbados in this competition last year. Did a decent job with the ball. He was their joint top wicket taker. Well bowled, that's just gone on with the arm. Don't think Springer came out of his crease at any point though.
Sinclair coming wrong there. I think he's trying to jiff it across the right-handers. The reason why he came wrong.
There's a long way across his crease, Shamar Springer, to try and negate that drift. Still goes past the outside edge though. See how far he goes there, a long way. Then the ball's almost too close for him to cut as a result. But what about it again? Quick call. Fletcher responds. So 6 off that over. 186 for 6. That red worm has recovered slightly since that 6th wicket. At that point, it was heading straight towards the green Guyana worm. But now it looks like it's revived itself, back on track.
Guessing it had a blue water drinks break. Because it started to get himself out the dirt again. It starts climbing that worm.
Might have been something stronger it had, to be honest. Oh, that's banged in short. It's almost on the way down, though, by the time it was taken by Imlach. Haven't seen too many short balls, have we, bowled in this innings? We saw the short ball, the variable bounce, tennis bally bounce, trouble the Guyana top order.
Well, I guess to realise it's not really a wicket to really be bowling short consistently. Need to be hitting that top of off some length.
That's another one banged in really short. Would have been close to a wide, that, but it's just one for the over.
Sheriff in Rutherford haven't been really doing a lot of bowling lately. He's one that I think that can actually be a good all-rounder. It's not really bowling much these days.
Gonna have to bowl that one again. They've just taken the sting out of the situation slightly here, these two. Partnership now up to 43. Done it with minimal fuss as well. 56 deliveries. Well run. It's pretty much straight to mid-off, but Springer noticed that he was on his heels a little bit and a bit deep.
Playing a really good supported role for his skipper.
Yeah, it's into the gap, but it's only going to be one. What they've done really well, these two, is they've scored off most deliveries. We talk about dot ball percentage and how you can get a bonus point for it being less than 50. These two have done really well on that front. Not loads of boundaries, but they've just kept the scoreboard ticking over. And again, just took the single on offer down leg side. Not a great delivery by Rutherford.
They're doing a great job picking off those singles, but what I would really like to see here in the Caribbean is batters scoring off good deliveries. A lot of batters here usually score off bad deliveries, which they should.
Third short ball of the over. Fletcher wants that to be bowled again, but the umpires think differently. 190 for 6. Guyana running out of runs to defend and overs. 2 for Pomal, 1 for Moti, 2 for Sinclair. And they've gone back to Gudakesh Moti. Can he get them a wicket, a much needed breakthrough? Starts with a lovely flighted delivery to try and tempt Springer. They sense they need to strike now. It's getting towards the last chance saloon.
This over would more or less be the over that the Harpy Eagles are looking to get a breakthrough. Gudakesh bowling his last over here. Did a brilliant job so far. I think the skipper, Andre Fletcher, would like to see him off. That's one less headache when he's finished.
Yeah, just 4 deliveries to see him off. Oh, you don't need that, do you? If you're Guyana, misfield, didn't need to give a single away there. It's the skipper. You can't blame anyone. It's definitely gone a bit flat, hasn't it, now, out in the field? Isn't quite the buzz there was when the spinners were taking wickets left, right and centre. And after 2 more balls, I suspect it might be the same if they don't get a wicket. Well run.
He's definitely looking to get a wicket here. Pulling out his repertoire of deliveries. That one that he got Sunil Ambrose with, he has bowled it twice this over. Not really surprised that he's going all in to get a wicket.
Good solid defensive shot to see off Gudakesh Moti. The Windward Islands aren't far off from a victory here. They can smell it. 193 for 6.
Right, the equation. 37 required from 72 deliveries. Balance of power in favor of the Windward Islands Volcanoes at this stage of the game. Finally, Romario Shepherd being reintroduced with the ball. Was a little bit surprised that beyond the 10th over, we had 24 overs of spin. And the introduction of seam was that of Shafane Rutherford and not Romario Shepherd. Afternoon, Sir Kirtley Ambrose.
Good evening, DG Ganga. A bit of a strange decision by Captain Virasamy Famal. It's a situation where the Guyana Harpy Eagles have to bowl out the Windward Island Volcanoes to win this game. And that to me was a strange decision, not bringing in Shepherd a bit earlier to try and get a wicket. But he's now into the attack. And this is really a very good partnership. 50 from 67 deliveries between Springer and Andre Fletcher, the captain. 36 runs needed, DG Ganga. 71 balls. So balls isn't an issue. Can the Volcanoes get these 36? Or can the Harpy Eagles get those remaining 4 wickets? This could be an exciting finish.
Just to build upon that point, last season in this said competition, Romario Shepherd picked up 10 wickets already with a wicket in this game. And as a captain, you must think about the end in mind and which bowlers you'd want to exhaust in defense of a score. Romario Shepherd just into his 5th over of the innings. And surely you'd expect that you want to exhaust him. Is it sufficient amount of runs for him to bowl to try and win the game for you? I don't think so. Should have been introduced a lot earlier. Maybe punctuated that block of 24 overs I spoke about, Sir Kirtley Ambrose. From over number 10 to over number 35. Should have seen his reintroduction to try and prize a wicket, or another one, should I say.
Very wide indeed. We all know that Guyana rely heavily on their spinners, but there are times when nothing much are happening for the spinners. You'll have to pull them out of the attack and try something different. Yes, Sinclair got 2, Moti 1, Pamar 1, but I couldn't understand why Shepherd wasn't back into attack earlier.
Yeah, the reintroduction in the 35th over was with Shafane Rutherford and not Romario Shepherd. So that was even more surprising. With all due respect to Shafane Rutherford and what he brings with the ball as a seamer, this man should have been introduced. Edge and wicket straight away. Justification in the change. And he comes up trump. Romario Shepherd, always in the thick of things.
And that's the wicket that they needed. They really need that wicket. Good delivery. A little bit of shape. Springer trying to roll it down to 3rd man. Got an edge and was easily caught by Imlach. Springer's going for 21. Windward Island Volcanoes 196 for 7. And now we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break.
Match number 2 between the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Well, the run chase, 196 for 7 so far from the Windward Islands bats. Andre Fletcher still there, the captain, but wickets tumbled. The last one, that of Shamar Springer, just nicking through to the wicketkeeper. Mario Shepherd coming up trumps for his captain and for Guyana. Well-lined delivery, angled in, and deceived Springer. Shepherd with 2 wickets at the top. Kevin Sinclair also contributing handsomely in that wickets column. And their spin bowlers in that of Moti and Pumal, most frugal. So the Volcanoes, with 34 runs more required, with a possible victory in sight, will have an uphill task, because the Eagles, they will fight all the way to the end. Back live, new batter at the crease, Ryan John, who hails from Grenada, who enjoyed a great time with the ball. Can he have that confidence rub off with his batting with this target score? I guess at the same time, you must take into consideration that at the age of 34, Versame Pumal is still relatively new in that role as captain. 96 for 7 after 39. Has that added responsibility of carrying the role as a senior spin bowler in this Guyana side. And he's different in style to that of Gudakesh Moti, although they both bowl left-arm spin, left-arm orthodox. A little bit shorter in stature, skids the ball through. Not a massive spin off the ball like Gudakesh Moti, but he poses that added challenge of the ball not bouncing significantly. Usually he'll attack the stumps. Because of those qualities, more often than not, he's very economical, so he builds pressure. A little bit like you, Secretly Ambrose, when you bowled seam. The beneficiary was the bowler on the other end.
No comment there. That should be 2. Very something from all the captain, DJ Ganga, 34 years of age. He's been around forever.
I remember playing against him in regional cricket, so there's a wealth of experience at this level. Of course, with that last wicket, the Guyana Harpy Eagles secured 1 bonus point by virtue of securing 5 wickets in power play 2.
Wonderful servant of Guyana cricket, Veerasamy Pumal, year in, year out.
Surely there was bat on that one. Yeah, many people were surprised that he wasn't selected for that last test series against India. Veerasamy Pumal, again probing with that straight line. If you recall, Secretly Ambrose, West Indian selectors went with Jamel Warrican as the left-arm spin option ahead of Veerasamy Pumal, when Pumal had a very good West Indies 4-day championship series. 200 comes up for the Volcanoes.
Quite frankly, it was a bit of a surprise. I would have gone with Pumal ahead of Warrican. just because of what he did during the domestic tournament. Because if one of the criteria is performance, then Pamoj certainly fit the bill. But you and I know, DG Ganga, that not many of us totally agree with selection from time to time.
Yeah, beyond that 4-day regional competition, he was selected for the West Indies A team that toured Sri Lanka, played in one of those 4-day test matches, had wickets there too, so the expectation was that he will be that natural option for the West Indian test side. 40 overs gone, end of that second power play, 201 for 7. It's that middle phase of the innings that the Volcanoes struggled with their fluency in scoring. They were exceptionally good in power play 1, thanks mainly to Atanase. At this stage, the focus by the captain, Andrew Fletcher, is about getting these remaining 29 runs. Sure, not a lot of focus on bonus points. Just short of backward point.
Extra bounce. Something that we've seen every now and then. And the slowness of the pitch as well. Just agonizingly short of Shimonet Maya. .28 to get. This could be an exciting finish.
Pamal should be thinking of bowling more to Ryan John as against the well-set Andrew Fletcher, who's 3 shy from another List A half-century.
I think Shepherd needs to bowl a bit straighter, force John to play.
There's that inward movement. Just supports the point that you're making, Secretly Ambrose. You want to bring LBW into play. You want to probe at the batter a little bit more. Let him go at the ball. I'd like to see a short mid-wicket. With that ball coming in, sometimes you can have a delivery coming off the inside edge, bubbling to short mid-wicket. With a greater focus in field placing onside, you create a greater consciousness in the batter's mind, where he's looking to play all the time, expecting the ball to be on him more often than not. That is where he probes at one outside the off stump if you present that opportunity. This stage of the innings with only 28 required. Sami Pamal has to take a little more risks with his field placing, be a little more attacking. Just one from the over, 202 for 7. Pamal will continue and bowl his full complement of 10, quite rightly so. Did speak about that earlier match, match number 1 in this edition of the CG United Super 50 Cup. Red Force batting first, got to 246 for 4 in 44 overs. Of course, rain interrupting, and CCC in response finished on 53 without loss in only the 7th over. So the game ending in a no result. 4 points to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 2 to the combined campuses and colleges. Right, what's the feel for John? Here is the chance for Pamal to bring another deep fielder in, create extra pressure on the newer batter at the crease. Goes the other way around. Pushes mid-on to long-on.
He's got a slip and a silly point. Probably forcing John to go over the top. Just a little bit wide of that slip fielder. Into the fence it goes for 4. 4 welcome runs for the Volcanoes. Close, but not close enough.
A high risk from John. We heard Kesrick Williams speak about his pedigree as a batter, an all-rounder. Proving himself so far, looking very comfortable in the situation. The equation 23 required from 51 now. To see a silly mid-on, maybe take that fielder that is sweeping offside, get another man in, bowl a little bit straighter, maybe encourage John to play across the line, bring LBW into play. Sometimes I feel left-arm spinners, they overplay bowling from round the wicket. Just change the angle, revert to bowling over.
Now what is going on here with the captain? Is that a sign of pressure?
Finally gets it right. 5 from the over. Pamal completes his spell, 1 for 29 after 42. 207 for 7. Guyana Harpy Eagles continue to plug away in search of another wicket to prize possibly a further 3 wickets and secure a win. Captain Andrew Fletcher will be resilient and resistant to that plan.
Certainly taking their time. The Guyana Harpy Eagles making sure that the fielders are in the right positions. This is crunch time. Yes. Side screen. There it is. Yeah, we know Siege United are the sponsors, but you got to change it.
Just going with the cross seam grip. Romario Shepherd trying to outfox Andre Fletcher with his variations, searching for maybe extra bounce if it hits the seam, or maybe for it to slide through on the smooth side of the ball. Subtle changes that bowlers use to get the better of batters. Should be one. As a captain in this situation, attack must be heightened, especially to Ryan John. What's the changes going to be? There is that short mid-wicket going into the slip cordon. Still, there is that sweeper offside, who should be used in a more attacking position. Maybe short mid-wicket or so, given the fact that the ball is tailing into the right-hander. Deep square leg comes into that 30-yard circle. Here is Shepherd searching. And a counter from John. Advancing, trying to put pressure on Romario Shepherd. Talk about confidence from a batter.
Well, he realized that the mid-on and the mid-off are in the circle. Probably looking to go over the top. Has to be careful though.
Turns the strike over nicely. Fletcher is captain. Just apply patience, as we've seen throughout the course of his innings. Playing a responsible knock in the circumstances. Other significant point to make is in CG United Super 50 competitions, teams scoring in excess of 230 runs batting first. They've only lost on one occasion. So again, if Windward Islands Volcanoes, they go on to win this game, that's a massive accomplishment for this side in their very first match in this edition of the tournament. You know, so quickly, Ambrose, you start a tournament with a win, just gives you an added incentive to do better in your next match, and that rhythm for the rest of the tournament.
Certainly gives you confidence. I believe that It is extremely important to win your first game in any tournament. Trouble here. That would have been close had that hit the stumps.
So close. If you have to read the thoughts of Shimron Hetmyer. But fine off for Andre Fletcher. He survives. 43 gone, 210 for 7. Had a chance. Needed the direct hit. Fletcher was wandering down and would have been gone. So an opportunity to change the outlook of the game missed by Hetmyer and Guyana. Now 20 required from 42. Game still in favor of the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Niall Smith back into the attack. First time we've seen him since his opening spell, where he bowled 4 overs, was rather expensive, even though he got a wicket. Chance for him to make amends. 20 runs required from 42 deliveries. Can the Volcanoes get over the line? Can the Harpy Eagles snatch out these remaining 3 wickets?
Pulled authoritatively through that mid-wicket region. John showing the confidence that he can bat and of course delivering in the circumstances.
Shortish delivery, a bit of a loosener from Smith, and was clobbered away through mid-wicket by John, showing some aggression, taking his team closer to the target. 16 now needed. 4 more 4s and it's all over.
Yeah, that was mode of operation from Alec Atenez. When he batted, dealt in boundaries, 11 4s, 3 6s to the left-hander. Now a change in the field. Deep backward square for that pull shot. Can Niall Smith prize a wicket, open this game up once more?
Good Yorker. Nothing much John could have done with that. Niall Smith and the Harpy Eagles desperately need a wicket now. The runs are chipping off slowly. They need a wicket now. Can Smith do it?
Not express pace by any means. Niall Smith, when I first saw him in this CG United Super 50 Cup, it was 3 or 4 years ago. He was a little more pacey than what I'm seeing this time around. skill-wise. He's very good with his control. Haven't seen too many slower deliveries from him. That will be a viable option and a good option for wicket-taking on this surface. And again for the Yorker. In this Guyana squad, of course, Ransford Beaton, another seam option, not used today. Young man on his return to regional cricket after suffering with his action. And there is Smith producing the beauty. Right length, good skill with the leg cutter, beating the outside edge. And that's an important wicket for the Eagles.
That is exactly what Naismith was looking for. It was a good delivery from wide of the crease, angled in, and then straightens and hit off stump. That was a beautiful delivery. Outfoxed John completely. He's gone for 9. The Volcanoes, 214 for 8.
Kenneth Demba comes to the middle for the Volcanoes. At least the average is in double figures. They only need 16, but things could get very interesting after Niall Smith's final delivery of the 44th over. Using the pitch, hitting the pitch, getting one to go past the outside edge. Shakira Selman, West Indies seamer alongside me. If you had a choice, Shakira, which dugout are you choosing to sit in?
I think I'm staying with the Volcanoes simply because of this guy here on screen. Andre Fletcher, his experience should lead his side over the line. It's 49 from 77 deliveries, Fletcher. Just 16 runs required, and he will have to score the majority of them.
Shepherd was so confident, but umpire Bassarat was not. Fletcher can only laugh.
Fletcher saying he didn't touch it. It's another beautiful delivery. Angled in and just straightening ever so slightly. An appeal by Mario Shepherd. Not much from keeper Tevin Emlach. Umpire Bassarat unmoved.
Should look for 2 and will get it comfortably. Will be also a 13th list day half century for the Windward Islands Volcanoes captain Andre Fletcher. To go with 1 century, a real showing of fortitude in this innings. Wickets going down at the other end, and yes, the strike rate is not where you would want it, but given the situation, could be a vital innings in the context of this game.
Should the Volcanoes go on to win this game, I would have to say it was a very measured innings. One of lots of responsibility. Initially, we were questioning why he backed so low. I presume it was to separate the senior players. Quick single. Good running by these two. 2 balls left for Denver to survive. Oh, camera. Mario Shepherd prays another wicket out here. Slip being employed.
Surely will be full on the stumps, Shakira. Fast, full, and on the stumps. Just when you think this game is going one direction, nothing in it. Look back to that Springer-Fletcher partnership. Thought that was going to be the game-winning partnership, but Shepherd struck. Full and at the stumps, but ungiven. Wondered about an inside edge. Denver's in shock. 13 to get, and just 1 wicket now for Windward Islands.
And yet another flip in the script. Full and straight. Looks to be heading way down the leg side. Denver will consider himself very unlucky. But nonetheless, adjudged LBW by umpire Basaraf. He has to go without troubling the scorers. 9 down for 217.
Sherman Lewis, the last man. Tried to go full again. Navigates that one well with the flick. It'll just be 1. Lewis will retain strike. Big call. It's going to be 12 to win, and there's only 1 wicket in hand for the Volcanoes. How did we get to this stage, Shakir Salman?
It's the way the game goes. Full and straight, trying to target the stumps for Mario Shepherd. And importantly, he looks back and sees that finger raised. Joy for the Harpy Eagles. Disappointment for the Volcanoes.
Couple things to note for the viewers at home. Bonus points in effect. The Harpy Eagles have already got 1 for taking 5 wickets in the middle phase. If they get another one and win this game, they'll end today with 6 points, 2 bonus points and the 4 for the win. Conversely, if the Windward Islands Volcanoes can get over the line, they'll take 5. Got 1. That bowling innings. Niall Smith continuing. Now, Shakira, if you're Andre Fletcher, do you trust Lewis, or are you facing every delivery from here on in, trying to get these 11 runs?
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to face the majority of deliveries. Fletcher has got to try to score these runs himself. What the Harpy Eagles will try to do is give him a single and trust that they can dismiss Sherman Lewis. Lewis is 2 of 2 deliveries. He hasn't done badly so far. He's done what is required. All 5 fielders allowed on the boundary for Andre Fletcher. 3 on the leg side and 2 in the deep on the offside. Now Smith has 2 wickets. He will be hoping he can produce another beauty, perhaps to dismiss Fletcher. Doesn't matter who he gets. They just need a wicket.
Seeing the cutters from Smith, used the leg cutter to get first wicket. Now Smith, that of Johnson. Charles. Pressure on Fletcher. Reminds me of that game in the CPL against the St. Lucia Kings when he made an unbeaten 93, but it was all up to him. He dealt with a hamstring injury then as well. He's used to performing in these adverse situations, but he'll be disappointed if they don't get over the line. They had this game in control for the majority of the game and the day. All of a sudden, just 23 runs for the last 3 wickets, and it's big problems for that dugout. They're playing 7 games. A win is so vital.
Especially with all the rain around, like you can complete a game you want to try to win. Never know what's going to happen in this tournament.
Fine leg goes back onto the boundary. So backward square, fine leg, deep. I think they're sensing now that Fletcher's looking for boundaries, not going to run. Made this into a fortress, the Harpy Eagles. 9 list day games they've played here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Won 8 of them. Won all 3 last season. One against this Volcanoes side. Defending just 190 then.
Volcanoes were 109 when they lost their 3rd wicket, that of Ali Atanes. And that is when the game spun on its head. There was a partnership of note between Andrew Fletcher and Shamar Springer. Didn't last long enough.
And we mentioned Shakira. How do they transition from last season where they relied upon Athenaeus in the games that they won? He got hundreds. They'll look at this and say Ambrose 19, Walcott 16, Springer 21, Charles 14. Double figures, no one really able to kick on barring Fletcher.
And they will need more from those other batters who got starts, in particular Sunil Ambrose, who was really good for the Volcanoes last year. Devin Walcott there on screen, to the right of screen, will be disappointed with his dismissal after getting a start. But Fletcher holds the key.
Run out chance at the bowler's end. And Derek hit, he was gone. Now they'll try again. I think he's gone. The Harpy Eagles may have won it. May have just stolen a victory in this CG United Super 50 Cup. What scenes? They defend 229. Fletcher is distraught.
Yeah, they'll be absolutely disappointed with this. Andrew Fletcher took it so close. And then in an effort to retain the strike, they pushed for a single. There was a chance to run out. Sherman Lewis at the non-strikers end initially missed that, but then he was run out eventually at the strikers end. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles managed to win this game out of nowhere. Jubilation all around.
History has repeated itself. A year ago in this tournament at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, they defended 190. Today, defending 229. Fletcher won't believe it. They were 88 for 2 after the first 10. Athenaeus got 75. Fletcher left stranded on 52. A lot of work for his team to do in another game in a couple of days. This will be a real painstaking loss.
And Fletcher initially tried to run that ball past backward point. A shy at the stumps could have been dismissed. First shy by Sherman Hetmeyer. But the fielder did really well coming in from the long on boundary to back up. And showed great awareness to throw that ball to the striker's end, finding Sherman Lewis way short. An excellent take by Tevin Imlach. Takes Guyana Harpy Eagles all the way. Ali Atenez, a brilliant knock, but in vain. He would have hoped to carry on. He would have hoped he did enough for his team to cross the line. Disappointment on the faces of the Windward Island Volcanoes. They will know they only have themselves to blame.
Did everything right in that first power play. Got 88 for 2, but in the middle, when the spin of Morty, Pramal, and Sinclair came into the attack, just stunted the progression. Hodge went early. Half century, 13th in listed cricket for Andre Fletcher, but the captain was left stranded. Decent partnership with Springer, who got 21 on debut for the Windward Islands, but nothing else really to mention.
Bowling for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 7 bowlers used, but it was the spin, and in particular the left-arm spinners in Gudakesh Moti and Virasamy Pramal. Those two took 1 each, but they were miserly. Kevin Sinclair was good as well, when Mario Shepherd came back well, got 3 wickets. Nell Smith with 2 buttes of deliveries, got 2 for 43. Eventually, it was a good team effort to limit the Windward Island Volcanoes.
What a start to this CG United Super 50 Cup in match 2. They kept believing, the Guyana Harpy Eagles, even after wiggling their way to 229, came out in an expensive fashion. That new ball went to all parts thanks to Alec Athenaeus, but the spin, as always, brings them back into the game and brings them victory at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Harpy Eagles win by 10 runs. Don't go too far. After a short break, we'll have the presentation.
What drama we've had on day one of the new CG United Super 50 competition. At one stage, the Windward Islands Volcanoes were cruising to victory. First of all, Alec Athenaeus got them off to a flyer, 75 off 55 balls for him. They were then 196 for 6, chasing just 230 to win, only to lose their last 4 wickets for 23 runs, finishing with a calamitous run out of the number 11 Sherman Lewis. His captain Andre Fletcher left stranded at the other end, 52 not out, a heartbreaking loss for the Volcanoes, but what a comeback by the Guyana Harpy Eagles, sparked by their spinners and some brilliant fielding as well. Your MasterCard priceless moment is this. What a catch in the deep by Shimron. Hetmeyer moves smartly to his left, got low, and then the mic drop. An early contender for celebration of the competition as well. Important wicket it was too, with Descartes gone. Right, let's hear from the main men today. Let's get downstairs and join Darren Ganga.
Welcome to the end of match presentation for the CG United Super 50 Cup 2023. Congratulations to Guyana Harpy Eagles for going on to win by 10 runs today. Cricket West Indies would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who have made this possible. CG United, title sponsor, MasterCard, Daffabet, Blue Waters and Visit Trinidad. I now have the pleasure of announcing the CG United Player of the Match, and that winner is Kevin Sinclair for his all-round performances with ball, 2 for 42, and that fabulous innings of 41 with bat. He receives his check from the head of claims, CG United, Mr. Sammy Crease. Congratulations to him. Well done again, Kevin, and we'll have a chat with you. I know your microphone in your pocket. First, congratulations on your award. Tell me, in terms of that batting, when you arrived at the crease with your team in a little bit of a crisis, what was the conversation with your batting partner to score that partnership with yourself and Moti?
For us, it started off with Shepherd. Shepherd said just bat normal. The wicket good, because all of the wicket was playing a little bit, too pace and stuff. So he just said bat, and Sheppy went. So I just say you're going to take up the mantle and take the innings deep as possible, and then Moti come in and partnership with me as well. So we had a bit of conversation, like hit the ball in the gaps, run hard. That was it, simple.
You had the chance to bat first. You got to 229 for 9 at the halfway stage. What were the conversations like in the dressing room? Did you feel you had enough to win the game?
Yeah, I think on par he says 220. I think we had a respectable total after that collapse in the middle. So I think we was confident going into the halfway stage. Credit must give to Alec Athenaeus the way he played. He hunted us down a bit early in the innings. But the bowlers did a fantastic job on holding nerves and pull this one off. Yeah.
Let's talk about your bowling. 2 for 42 as mentioned, and that very important wicket of Alec Athenaeus. Talk us through your approach bowling to a batter who was well set and dominating bowling at the time you were introduced.
Well, for me, I always look to get a breakthrough early. But like I said in previous interview, Mehdi Hassan has been very instrumental with me bowling better. So I just look to stick with the basic for a long period. Yes, I bowled a couple boundary ball, which I'm not going to go back to the drawing board and see where I went wrong, work with the analysts and come back better in the next game. But for me, just taking wickets from my captain, and that's all I look to do. 29
required in the last power play. What were your thoughts going into that phase of the game? Did you still feel that Guyana had a chance of going on to win?
Yes, definitely. We always get a belief we're going to carry it straight down to the end no matter what. The guys in the field keep chirping and say, hey, let's keep pushing. Something's going to happen because basically Windwards, they're a kind of team that once you put pressure on them, they're going to collapse. So we just look to stick with the basic and back our bowlers. That's how we did. Yeah.
Well, you've had a great start to this tournament. Congratulations again, and all the very best to you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Right, that was Kevin Sinclair, our CG United Player of the Match. I now call on Captain Andre Fletcher to have a chat with me. Captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Andre, I know, tough day at the office. Where did you think you lost this one?
It's plain to see, I would say, in the batting. We let ourselves down. Being in a position, I think we were 100 plus for 1, and getting bowled out for 219, I think, it's unacceptable.
How would you assess your bowling efforts in the first half of this game?
It was very well. I believe the guys stuck to the plan. we had a plan, we came out, we executed well. Our plan especially to Rutherford and Hetmeyer, we know how dangerous they were. And, you know, it's all about execution. And I can't fault the bowlers. The sun was hot and they came out and they did what they had to do. It was just for the batsmen to finish it off.
You use your seamers primarily at the start of the innings. Was the pitch helpful at all for that style of bowling?
Yes, I would say so. The ball was jumping a bit. It was a bit too pace. So the plan was to try to bowl wicket to wicket, in which they did, and which the Guyana batter struggled to man over the ball. So, you know, going forward, it all depends on how the wicket plays, and then we can assess.
Let's talk about your batting. Alec Atenez was fabulous in that first power play. He played a fine innings. Where did you feel you kind of lost the rhythm in the run chase, and exactly what's required to counter that?
Honestly, Alec played well. We must give him that. The way he set the tone for us. And I would say maybe in the middle order, batting with Springer, you know, obviously it was for him and myself to carry the team home. Shepherd coming in and getting him out. But I believe, should I say they bowl well, but I think we batted poorly. And kudos to them, they won, but we have to go back, reassess, and see if we can come better.
Always positives in a defeat. You personally bringing up your 13th list day half century. Is that the type of role we would see from you going deeper into the tournament, batting at number 6 and navigating with the other players throughout the course of the innings?
Yeah, if you realize our batting, we don't have much power hitters in the back end. So it's about me trying to help the guys like Springer, Ryan and Descat. So if we lose quick wickets, as we saw, the keeper came in and bat before. But if not, then I'll try to stay as deep as possible and see if I can get ourselves, our team to a very good total if we bat first or over the line.
Well, Andre, thanks for talking to us. Tough luck today and all the very best in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, that was the captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, Andre Fletcher. We now call on Versame Pomal, the winning captain, to come forward. Versame, congratulations on your 10-run win. What's your feeling like, of course, being captain and in your very first match, getting over the line in a very close encounter?
Yeah, definitely. It's good to start with a win as a team and as a captain. I think in the batting we didn't put up the kind of score that the caliber of batsman that we got. But after half-time, I think we believe in ourselves that we could defend the 230.
Talk to me about your batting. What's required going forward in terms of lifting that standard of batting you just mentioned there?
Yeah, definitely we need to get a better start. You know, up front we having the scoring rate wasn't all of that, but come down at the back end, I think the lower order put on a very good show, up in the run rate.
To what extent is your planning focus on those bowling and bonus points, bowling, batting, and generally speaking?
Well, as a team, we got our plans. Sometimes get carried away with the plan that the bonus point that they set out. But as a team, we got our own plan that we're looking forward to moving in the tournament.
Okay, let's talk about the defense now with your bowlers. You bowled the 10th over with Shafane Rutherford, and then beyond that 10th over, there were 24 overs of spin before you reintroduced Rutherford again. Tell me about that strategy in that middle phase of the innings and that heavy use of spin.
Yeah, I think we didn't have the best start with the fast ball up front. I think they get away too much, and I know that when the spinner came on, we'll pick them back, and eventually we pick up wicket and make it difficult for them to score.
You nearly left it for too late. Of course, just 29 required in the last 10 overs. You went back to Romario Shepherd. What was your advice to him at that stage of the innings?
Well, we just keep it simple. We know that the wicket, once you bowl the ball at a good length, it's difficult to score and it's easy to hit the ball down the ground. And we stick to the basic and we execute it coming down at the end.
Finally, how important a win is this for Guyana at the start of the tournament?
Well, it's definitely good to start the tournament with a win. This will lift the momentum and the team spirit of the team.
Congratulations again, all the very best, and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Well, what a game that was, and potentially this one could be too, because the champions, Jamaica Scorpions, begin their campaign under the leadership once more of Rovman Powell against the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, who've strengthened this year. They're led by Alzari Joseph. They've brought in O'Shane Thomas, so plenty of pace to go with their legion of spinners. We could get fireworks tomorrow as well. Same time, same place, 12:45 p.m. on air for a 1 o'clock start, and we'll also be here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Hopefully, we'll get a game as good as this one. Well, that's a top edge chance. Fine leg, takes it. Big wicket. Chopped on. That's gone. Gone off.
Oh. Catch him. Oh. Catch him.
Long off. Straight to the man. Bowling change work.
Well done. Well done. Come on. Yeah! Come on!
That's pulled hard in the air, straight too deep mid-wicket. Take it back.
Yeah! Come on! Hey! Yeah, well done. Hey!
Ball them off the pads.
Hey! Yeah, well done.
Did well. Also, powerful stroke, goes high instead of long, and off the second attempt, Lewis completes the catch.
Board.
Just over the field.
Oh, is that a chance? He's not got it. He's toe-ended it straight to Hetmeyer.
Nice. Is it? Nice. Is it?
Oh, that's bowled him. There's a wicket.
Yes, man.
Wicket.
Yes, man. Yes.
Yes, man. Your box in the toilet. Ah, man.
Hetmeyer, oh, what a grab. What a grab that is.
Yes! Woo!
Very hard to play.
Drop that. Drop that.
Action, and there is Smith.
Run out chance at the bowler's end. And Derek hit, he was gone. Now they'll try again. I think he's gone. The Harpy Eagles may have won it. May have just stolen a victory in this City United Super 50 Cup. What scenes? They defend 229. Fletcher is distraught.
Yeah, they'll be absolutely disappointed with this. Andrew.
want to find? You want to